system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free.
South Carolina, just like you always said we would. And packed your bags in that old 4Runner that I bought you when things were good. I'm glad to see the stop sign didn't hit you, bring you back to your senses. Oh, it waved you gone goodbye. Yeah, it waved you gone goodbye. I heard you found yourself a brand new man, put a rock on your finger and he vowed you a second chance. He built a house right by the coast. That ocean view is beautiful, but baby, I just want you to know he don't know you like I did. Money talks, but I ain't buying. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Seen your mama walking out the county market and I stopped to ask her how she's been. Said she's missing you and tried to go convincing you not to settle down with him. She ain't wrong, the whole town knows that you had a bed of roses, but girl, you couldn't walk that line. You can act like you do it fine. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's just like you always said we would.
I was a lonely silhouette, needed somebody to show the way. Yeah, I was a heartbeat with no sound till you came around. Yeah, you showed me colors, light in the darkness. You were the only thing I needed. Then we got older, but we stayed the same. Swear that we never lost the flame. Nostalgia, you're an echo in my head. Oh, nostalgia, like a symphony of our memories. Oh, nostalgia, don't you ever slip away. Oh, nostalgia, like a symphony of our memories. Oh, like a symphony of our memories. Oh, what if the years turn into gold? The longer we live, yeah, the more we grow. We could be 100 miles apart, but it's never far. Yeah, you show me colors, light in the darkness. You were the only thing I needed. Then we got older, but we stayed the same. Swear that we never lost the flame. No, nostalgia, you're an echo in my head. Oh, nostalgia, like a symphony of our memories. Oh, nostalgia, don't you ever slip away. Oh, nostalgia, like a symphony of our memories. Oh, like a symphony of our memories. Oh, like a symphony of our memories. Oh, nostalgia, don't you ever slip away. Oh, nostalgia, like a symphony of our memories. Oh,
I give in to the lesser fight. My body aches to be satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes. I'm reaching out for the easy high. Please fortify this strength of mine. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes. weakness comes and goes, it goes, it goes. My weakness echoes in my soul. Oh, it echoes in my soul. My weakness comes and goes, it goes, it goes.
Diamonds in the sky, shades of pearl and green. Fire burning hearts in darkest places. There's never been a better time to feel alive. I found a way, we're past the lines where truth won't lie. Life is waiting on the other side. Follow me into the underground. Watch the world changing as the sun goes down. Follow me into the underground. Whoa, follow me into the underground. Into the life is waiting on the other side. Follow me into the underground. Watch the world changing as the sun goes down. Follow me into the underground. Follow me down, Follow me into the
Heard you moved out to South Carolina just like you always said we would. And packed your bags in that old 4Runner that I bought you when things were good. I'm glad to see the stop sign didn't hit you, bring you back to your senses. Oh, it waved you gone goodbye. Yeah, it waved you gone goodbye. I heard you found yourself a brand new man, put a rock on your finger and he vowed you a second chance. He built a house right by the coast. That ocean view is beautiful, but baby, I just want you to know he don't know you like I did. Money talks, but I ain't buying. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Seen your mama walking out the county market and I stopped to ask her how she's been. Said she's missing you and tried to go convincing you not to settle down with him. She ain't wrong, the whole town knows that you had a bed of roses, but girl, you couldn't walk that line. You can act like you're doing fine. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. You don't wanna fall in love. You don't wanna fall in love. Heard you moved out to South Carolina just like you always said we would. didn't think you would ever believe in me. Now I see your colors, now they're in my dreams. Do I need a doctor? Do I just need sleep? Cause I've been up for almost 3 weeks. Ooh, you think you got to me? All you did was use me. Round and round we go. We go. Baby, baby, now I'm trying to forget you. Baby, I knew everything that was about you. Now I'm joking, I'm looking for the bathroom. Round and round, yeah, round and round we go. Picture perfect, but so many flaws to stop you. I don't wanna ever see you in the same room. I open up and then you head on all my issues. Round and round we go. We go.
All right, can we have the legal definition of each charge as included in the indictment? That's what happened in my last trial. They asked for that, and then they asked for them again, and then I broke down and gave them in writing. Of the things that I have in writing, that's probably the thing I'm most comfortable with, but I will, y'all can tell me how you want to do it, whether we want to read it to them and give it to them in writing, or just read it to them and wait for them to ask the second time before I give it to them in writing. What I discovered, I think it was 3 trials ago, was then they had someone trying to speed write while I was reading and writing it off the thing.
If you want to break out your charge and be like, you know, here's malice murder charge, here's act assault charge, that's fine. Just send it to them.
In writing.
Just give them the charge, yeah.
Yes, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Do y'all want me to bring them in to do that, or you just want me to print it out and give it to y'all and let y'all look at it and give it to them?
I think print it out.
It's the same version you've got.
All right. Oh,
Just give it to them.
let me, we'll see, actually, I gave y'all a printed one. Do I have a printed one?
I've got your
I think
version.
one of y'all gave me a printed one.
I have your version before your final version. You did a change,
Let me see what we got.
but I don't think you changed that. You removed, I think simple assault's what you removed.
But from there, and then I can see it better. I think, like I said, my last trial, they wanted to walk through each instruction with the indictment as they were going through. Let me try to. I'll get rid of the.
So, everyone, welcome. First time we've spoken in person today, but so I think Simon Bagel was right. I think that we're looking at a possible split verdict here. I think that's where they're going now. Understand this: it could also be because, as I was explaining yesterday, the first three counts, which is felony unaliving or malice unaliving, we'll call it, are it is a situation where they could find her guilty of one and not guilty of the other because of the definitions. So it could also be that they've determined she did it, but they're trying to figure out which one to find her guilty of. But I think this doesn't indicate a good thing for her as far as being found not guilty of everything. So I think this indicates we're going down the road of a split verdict. Now, the question is this a situation where they're trying to see does felony unaliving or does malice unaliving incorporate her having assisted Scott in some way? And I think what they're going to find is no, because it requires her direct use of the firearm, and that's what they're going to find. And this is where I think they end up at 3 and 4. Let's see what's going on back in the courtroom. And sound has been turned off, unless I'm missing it, but I don't believe I am. I'm just double checking. I don't want to have a whole issue like the other day, where I'm talking away and the judge is talking too.
Died, and I have to go. I mean, if I'm available, I want to go to the funeral home, or it's actually at the church. But so I think that's at 1. So I may see if they want to work a little later, and then that way, if there's anything that I needed for it, I'll be back closer. But I can still be here in 30 minutes, regardless, because it's only across town. I have to go to the funeral home at 4 for another thing.
I think it's at 2.
Brody's thing is at 2? Okay. Well, then that may not matter. It says
2 to 3 is a visitation.
Okay. And then the funeral's at 3.
Celebration of life is at 3.
Yeah. And then there's a thing after that. And then at 4 o'clock, I have a thing for. All right. We'll be at ease until. I'll still check on them and see if they want to. Well, I guess if my thing's at 2, I'd rather them go ahead and break at 12. And then if they have a question or something, they come back. But I'll send. Anyway, I'll deal with whatever.
We'll all be around, so
Yeah.
just text us.
Yeah. After 2 o'clock, it may be closer to 30 minutes before I am back and available to do something if I go across town. All right, we'll be in recess till then.
All right, guys. So let's talk about that. What's going on with the jury? Like I just told you a few minutes ago, I believe that this jury is close to a verdict. I think that this is a sign that they're trying to figure out what to find her guilty of, unfortunately. Hold on one moment. My wife is calling me. Give me one moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. So looks like I see the judge's head again down there. So we'll see what's going on with that. I assume that's probably because they're finalizing. I don't think we're going to probably hear anything more unless the jury has an additional question. And then maybe that'll give us some insight. Because, like I said, it could be that they're debating between malice or felony. And then, it could also be that they're looking to find out if they think she was in this with Scott And would her role be defined then under felony or malice, which it would not, because both of those would require her to have actually committed the actual crime, unless they believe they conspired together. Then they might be able to get to one of those if there is a conspiracy for her to have harmed him, and then Scott does this, and then they feel like felony would be the pathway to that. Thank you, Under Your Scars. Really appreciate that. She's Under Your Scars says, thank you for the coverage and explanations. Hope the babies are all good. When's Ty on next? Well, there could be some information coming out on Ty very soon. So hold on that. Just there's some things that could be coming down the pike. But we're just waiting to hear on some things that may be happening. So we might have a lot happening right now, especially this coming weekend. Yeah, so that's what I think. I think it's possible that those could all be the multitude of things going on there. Absolutely, Under Scars. I definitely we definitely are hoping that there's going to be some big news coming very soon on that front. Lots going on down there in that case. But I don't know. We're going to see. It's going to be very interesting because there's a lot of different things the jury could be doing. But the fact that they wanted to hear all of the explanations means, I believe this means they have found her or determined her to be guilty of something. And I think they are understanding that they're not going to just go across the board here. And that right now what you're seeing is you have a divided jury. And I think what they're going to start doing now, and again, I was on a jury where it was a divided jury. When it started out, it was 10-2 for guilty of the highest offense. And then we ended up with guilty, but it was a lesser offense, and we didn't know what the penalty would be, although I had an idea. But it was not shared in the jury room because that really has no bearing. But the individual walked out of jail that day because of what the verdict was. So for the defendant in that case, it was as if it was not guilty. But there was a going down and trying to understand the charges and matching it up when we realized we were all going to be a distance away. And then it was, okay, where would we be comfortable going? Because we all agree we're not comfortable with a not guilty, right? And that's probably where they're at here. It's where I'm at. It's where I would be at if I was on this jury. I think it's a hard pill to swallow that they would say, let this lady just walk out and be scot-free on this. Notice the play on words there. So I believe that this is where I always believed it was going to go. And now, again, I don't know what the discussions are, but I really hope that somebody back there is paying attention to Pope's testimony. And I would love to have seen if they could have had that read back, because I think it just kind of flew over everybody's head, although the defense attorney made it a point in the closing. But to me, one of those bags of fertilizer should have been that the fire was started, an hour when Melody couldn't have been at the house. I mean, that's huge, because that just takes out Rusty's whole thing. That destroys the entire state's case. That's got to weigh heavy on that jury back there, which is why I believe they will settle on we don't know, but we think she covered something up at a minimum, and that would have been part of covering up the body, would have been assisting Scott in covering up the body, getting the body burned, engaging in the cover-up she did for the 3 days or the 2 days after this until they found the body in the burn pile. I believe it can, actually. Let me see here. But I don't think they opted for a death penalty jury here. It can, but I don't believe this is a death jury, because let's see here. So yeah, it is up to death, imprisonment for life without parole, or imprisonment for life with parole after a certain period of time. From what I'm looking at. However, I don't believe this jury. It's a so malice unaliving would be is punished by death, imprisonment for life without parole, or imprisonment for life. So life would mean that I believe in Georgia it's 30 years that she has to serve. So for her, that's a life sentence regardless. But I believe in this case that this jury that the state took the death penalty off the table. Okay, and the reason why I believe that is because, I mean, and I could be wrong on that, but I thought I read that they did not, they opted not to make this a death case. Now there's benefits to a death case because when you have a death case, it's more favorable to the prosecution because you have to anybody that is unwilling to do the death penalty is taken off the jury, and that's just helpful to the state. All right, here we go. I think we might be back, guys. Let's see what's going on. All right, is that the jury box? What are they doing? I don't know what is happening right now. There's no sound of coming out of whatever they're doing, so I don't know what the purpose of all this is. I don't know if somebody's just got a camera on and doesn't realize it, like they're trying to do some B-roll footage or something of the jury box to show us where the jury sat. I mean, hey, that's cool, right? And then there's the witness stand. Gives us something to look at least, right? With this judge, he's probably all right with this. He's been an extremely late. There's where the jury will come out of. Now we're back up on the Constitution or the seal. Okay. Anyways, so that's where I think we're at in this. I think unfortunately for Melody, she better get her toothbrush ready, because I believe if she gets convicted of anything today, she's going to jail. So, and I think this is a strong indication that they're coming back with some form of a guilty verdict. Now, obviously, it's to her benefit to get, probably, in my opinion, right now, if I'm her and if I'm her defense, I'm telling her, listen, let's hope for a mistrial here, because no, that wasn't the jury. That would see the press went through separately, so that was not the jury. They had already been through. They showed the jury's bus, but they did not show the jury. That was not the jury. But then that was the lawyers. That was basically the press was allowed to go through with the lawyers as they went through and viewed the scene to ensure that the scene was ready to go for the jurors, and then any objections were being voiced. That's why the judge was there. So the judge they were on record. Court reporter was there as well to deal with any objections that they might make. Because whenever you're going to do a site view like that, like remember back to the OJ case, and there was all these things that were put up, and he put up all these family photos, and of course it was a slightly different house than what the jury saw with all the additional photos that the defense put up. And of course, in that situation, they went and the state was able to put on record all these objections, and the judge kind of was making like an on-site ruling. You think they have a verdict, Marjorie? Why do you think that? What is there something on law and crime that's indicating that? Let's go over here. Yeah, I don't see any indication anywhere that there's a verdict at this point. Oh, maybe. I mean, maybe they did. Maybe they went back there. They got that definition that they were trying to figure out. Again, like I said, it very well could have been, and this could be very, very bad for Melody Farris at this point if this is the reason why. Because if it's quick like this, then what that means is they were just simply trying to understand which one to find her guilty of. In other words, they've already determined she's guilty, so that 3, 4, 5, or 4, 5 would be guilty because she definitely covered things up if they believe she did it and she lied. And then is it an aggravated assault? They'd probably say okay, and then they were trying to figure out, all right, can we find her guilty of both malice and felony? And they're going back and forth on that. So that could be what's going on. Very well what's going on. Now, if we don't hear from them again for a while, and all those people coming, because remember, now do know this, the people you saw coming in from the gallery could be for other cases, because this judge was having court. There's other cases that are handled in the courtrooms, and he was saying that could happen. It is 11:30, so who knows? But it could be. Look, if it's that quick, then if I'm Melody Farris right now, I'm doing my goodbyes. I'm hugging Amanda and preparing to spend the rest of the afternoon in her life in prison. And let me tell you, you don't want to be down in Georgia's prisons. And there's a lot of problems in the facility she would probably go to. Yeah, I heard that. That's why I'm saying he might have had a final hearing or something that he was needing to handle, but I don't know. It could also be. But I think if we had a verdict, keep your eye over at Law and Crime. Keep your eye over at in terms of the chat. And right now, I see nothing in the chat over there that normally Law and Crime will drop something. And then you've got Court TV. I believe it's going to be a few more hours, but I think that we could have a verdict. And like I said, I strongly believe what the outcome of this will be is 4 and 5. I think the jury is investigating because I think what they've concluded is they think she was involved at some level. And now it's about investigating how to define her involvement. Because if they believe she was involved with Scott, the question is, does the first 3 charges allow them to find her guilty just for being involved, whether they believe it's after the fact, before the fact, whether she actually shot the actual shots, and I think the jury's going to think to themselves, well, wouldn't it be felony unaliving then possibly because she was committing a felony? But I think that's where it gets a little hairy for the defense in trying to argue a case like this, because you really want to cover those bases in a sense where, okay, let's say you find out that my client's guilty or you think my client was involved. Well, then you can do this, but you can't do this. But this is where the jury now is going to have to go figure some stuff out. And then it could also be that they look at all the charges and they go down the thing and they can't understand any of the charges. And it could be that they just find her guilty of making a false statement, which is a 1 to 5 years. Because they look at everything and they say, you know what, we don't think anything fits what we think, or they can't get, because remember, you might get 11, but if you don't get 12, then you don't got a verdict. and then we're going to find out. But I think we're going to have some insight here, and I think the poor judge is going to have his afternoon plans disturbed, because if they were to come back and say they're deadlocked, then the judge has to do an Allen charge, and the Allen charge is where he reads the Allen charge, which basically says that they need to go back and try again, that they need to have everybody listen. So if you have opposing views, have each person put their opposing views out, listen with an open mind, and see if there's a place you can come to. Oh, absolutely, Marmalade. It is a life sentence for her in any sentence, because even a 15, that's why I said even a 15-year sentence. I mean, she could live to see another day, but the quality retirement she was hoping to have is not going to happen. You know, and it's not going to be good on her health to be there behind bars. And now she's not going to have Rusty. Let me tell you, it's a, you know, many might listen to those jail calls and think, oh, she was okay being behind bars. She wasn't really bothered by it. Well, let me tell you, it's a totally different scenario when you talk to people. Oh yeah, Kim, you should have time to run to the grocery store, I think, because, well, here's what you might do. The judge said something about dismissing them for lunch at around 12. So I don't know if he's going to dismiss or dismissing them around 12 for lunch. So I think if you wait until noon, they're going to be at lunch for like noon to 1. And then I think he wanted to get them out for lunch and back. And then after that, it's a 30-minute notice. So even if a verdict comes down, they're going to announce it. It's going to end up in a long crimes chat. We're all going to know about it, and we're all going to be sitting here waiting and talking, much like we're doing now. So I think if you wait till noon to run to the store, I think you'll be fine. Now, if a verdict, otherwise, if a verdict's going to come down, it could come down soon, and then. And then we're going to find out. I need to check. Hold on. The Adam Coy murder trial, which that jury is deliberating. I thought that jury would be back sooner in that case, but they're deliberating. They're taking their time as well. So hats off to them. But that one will be a pop-up that'll just say they're about to have Kim, yes, I do. I do believe they will retry this case. Now, I think they could retry this case under a different theory. I think that you could also see them start to investigate some things a little bit more. I think they're going to investigate the Scott angle a little bit more, because I think that I think that they understand that would be if they end up in a mistrial, that's their weakest point. So I think they would have to consider it. And now they've got Scott's full sworn testimony. So I think that they could expand that and investigate a bit more. And now they've got the phone data, so they can expand the phone data analysis as well, because, I mean, they did the geolocations. I mean, they did kind of a limited analysis. They certainly didn't want to go full out, and that's probably why they didn't geofence Scott's locations and Chris's locations and all that stuff. But now that I'm sure they have all their phone records. Now that they do, they could do something similar to that. And the hopes would be to either add add a defendant or completely eliminate the possibility Scott could have been back at that house. What I want to find, what I need to find now, I got distracted on because I want to find Pope's testimony, the expert, because that's the one that talked about the fire being within 24 hours, and I need to see that. I want to see that. I want to see her testimony. It was referenced in the closing arguments, but I want to find out what day she testified. So that's what I'm going to be kind of trying to see here. It looks like we have another case here. Is this a trial or is this? Let me see. It's a motions hearing. Okay, we'll air that later. All right, let's check this out. We're gonna go live here. Let's check the dates here. That would be Rusty's day. I think that she testified later. I believe she was the anthropologist that testified. And I believe that might have been later in the trial. Let me see here. This is a cell phone data analyst. I think that was one of the final witnesses. So we're going to. Dawn Zimmerman, sentencing would absolutely be on another day in a case like this because she is a first offender. She's entitled to a pre-sentence investigation. So, and again, even in the Ahmaud Arbery case, that sentencing happened on another day. So I believe it would because there is a choice on what the sentence could be. And then if she were to be convicted of some of the lesser offenses, then it definitely would probably be a contested hearing. Because third offense is going to argue she should get, closer to the lower end, and the state's going to want max, and they're going to have to vet all that out. Kim, the judge, if it's a death issue, the jury will get to decide that, which is why I don't believe there was any talk about this jury being extended past today, or having to come back. So I don't believe this was the death penalty is on the table. I believe this is a life or life without parole trial. I believe the judge will get to determine that. All right, so I have found the testimony in question that I want to play. So let's check this out here. Let's get a little closer. All right, here we go.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, could you please have a seat and introduce yourself to the jury?
Okay. Hello, my name is Elaine Pope. Do I need to elaborate?
I will continue to ask
Okay,
questions. How
thank
are
you.
you employed?
Right now, I do private contracts. So I do forensic casework, and then I also lecture. I lecture to fire investigators, law enforcement, crime scene investigators. So that's kind of what I do now.
What do you lecture them on?
Fatal fire investigation.
What is your education background, and then kind of move forward from there through your professional background?
Sure. So I got my bachelor's degree at the University of Tennessee in anthropology as well as in art. And then I got my master's degree at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. And then I went on to get my PhD at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. And my dissertation was titled The Effects of Fire on Human Remains, Characteristics of Taphonomy and Trauma.
So is it fair to say you had a specialty within forensic anthropology?
Yes.
What would that be? What focus would that be on?
Mostly burn bone, but also how the human body burns during different types of fire events.
All right, so why are we listening to this? This is the forensic anthropologist. You just heard her introduction of who she is, what she brings to the table. This is the individual that the defense was talking about. What we're listening here for, and I don't know if it comes out in the cross or the direct, what we're listening here for is the information that the defense alluded to where she says that the fire couldn't have been burning for more than 24 hours. Let's hear what she says on this, because if this is true, and this is a state called this witness. If this is true, and it's not some sort of, thing that's been taken out of context by the defense and placed in their closing argument, this blows everything out of the water. This blows the rusty call out of the water. This means everything is shook up. It's as shook up as it was when we found out Gary was alive at 9:32 for certain, and he was out at a restaurant between like 8 and 9:30 eating. And so it just shakes up the timeline. So that's what I want you all to be listening for as we listen here.
Have you performed experiments on cadavers with fire?
Yes. So my research that I've been doing since 2000, I guess 4, for several years. Basically, I test on human cadavers. So we put them in structures, in vehicles, in outdoor scene conditions, and this is for law enforcement training. So we're able to show them how the body burns in those different environments, as well as outdoors, confined space and others. And so we document time, temperature, photography, sometimes video, so we can see all the stages from start all the way to finish when the fire is put out, which could be minutes, it could be, an hour, 2 hours. It just kind of depends. So we kind of test all the different ranges and figure out how the human body burns in those different types of fire environments.
What would be the number of bodies that you've burned throughout the years?
I'm up to about 270. It's part of a training course that we do each summer out in California, and we do, it's a law enforcement training course for about 65 investigators from all over the country. We get people international as well, and we average about 15 to 17 bodies a year that we do fire investigation training on.
When you do these experiments, are you paying attention to not only the body itself, but the environmental factors?
Absolutely. The two have a relationship in terms of, say, for example, like a vehicle, it's going to hold heat inside that tiny container as opposed to an outdoor fire. It's going to be more, you're going to have, more airflow. So it's going to be a little bit different per each type of scenario, or each type of fire environment leaves different types of fire damage on the human body.
Do you, during these experiments, do some with and some without accelerants?
Yes, so we test both with and without accelerants. This includes directly on the clothing of the body, as well as, say, for example, in a bedroom. So we also use ignitable liquids there. But we've done several studies on the body, specifically just with ignitable liquids, and then adding other variables like wood, clothing, no clothing, and those will all kind of change the outcome and how the body, tissues of the body burn.
Have you testified as an expert in trials before?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Let's see. Okay. So I'm up to 17 different trials, both for the prosecution and the defense.
Okay. And were you asked by the DA's office back in 2019 to consult on this case with Gary Wayne Farris?
Yes, I was asked to evaluate the case, yes.
And you accepted that role?
Yes.
And so before we get started, I just want to ask you, are you being compensated for this? The work
yes.
and the testimony?
Yes.
Okay. By the DA's office?
Oh, yes.
At this time, the state would move to admit Dr. Pope as an expert in forensic anthropology.
As to that, limited qualification, I have no objection.
All right. To admit it.
Thank you. Okay, when you were asked to do an analysis in this case, were you provided resources to refer to for your analysis?
Yes, absolutely.
What were you provided?
I was provided with images from Purcell Lane. These are the files, or the documents that I received. So images from Purcell Lane and Crime Lab, GBI DOFS, the coroner report, the fire EMS report, the GBI DOFS anthropology report, the GBI DOFS arson analysis, and the GBI DOFS autopsy report.
And did you, after reviewing all of those documentations, come up with your analysis and opinion as to certain factors of the fire that caused Gary Wayne Farris to become remains at that point?
Yes, yes. I looked at the photographs as well as all the law enforcement documents, autopsy report, other reports for that.
Before we get into the details of this case, can you explain to the jury generally, if you could, how a body will burn, the process of that once it is I guess, for lack of a better term, set on fire?
Yes. So the body is layered in tissues. It's got skin. It's got, underneath that is going to be subcutaneous fat. Underneath that is going to be muscle. And then you have organs. And then my specialty is the bones inside. And so each different tissue burns differently. The skin is really thin. So when it's exposed to heat, it'll start to shrink and pull apart into little skin splits. And this exposes the next layer of tissue, which is going to be subcutaneous fat. Now, subcutaneous fat burns as a fuel source. It is a lipid material, and it turns into basically grease. And it'll fuel the fire, especially if it's absorbed into wood, clothing, anything that will retain that. And so that is a major contributing factor in this case, as well as my experiments in terms of after setting the fire, the body can actually burn on its own rendered fat, liquefied fat, for several hours, just as the main fuel source, even after ignitable liquids have been expended.
I want to walk through your report here. Did you have a recorded temperature at the time of the discovery of the body?
It was mentioned at about 100 and 230 degrees Fahrenheit.
Was that helpful for you to start your analysis of possibly the time that that Mr. Farris had been on the burn pile?
Yes, so that the fact that there was still heat and temperature there just lets me know that it was a more recent event, in that the fire was able to go out on its own, but it was still warm. If it had been cold, that could extend the time period. But in this case, the coals were recorded at a low temperature, so that kind of lets me know that it's a more recent event, under 24 hours, as opposed to later on.
And had those temperatures been lower, or like cold or ambient, that would have done what with the time frame?
It would just expand it potentially. It basically just the warm coals just kind of put it at a lower or a shorter time frame.
And does the fuel source?
I hope everybody's listening to this, okay? Because clearly a lot of people missed this when it was coming on, because I don't think we all understood the context in which to consider this, because, we're sitting there trying to learn time frames and everything. What she's saying is that based on the temperature of the coals, based on all of the factors that she was analyzing, the temperature of the body, that this was 24 hours. That it had only been 24 hours since that fire was started. Those temperatures are taken at about 1 o'clock on the 5th. A little after 1 on the 5th, which means that fire had to have started sometime in that 24 hours prior to that. Probably sometime, I would say, well, maybe she'll get more specific, but it wouldn't have been started before 1 p.m. on the 4th, based on what she's saying there. It certainly wouldn't have started on the 3rd, and it certainly wouldn't have started at 2 a.m. on the 4th, when Rusty's talking to Melody on the phone and they're talking about a burn pile. Unless the state's going to say and suggest that meant he was just on the burn pile but not yet burning. But that absolutely destroys that statement. And now what we're talking about here is Scott claims that fire was burning on the 3rd at 11:30 when he arrived. Go back to his testimony. We probably will. But he says, if I could find it, I got to go find it among that 8-hour testimony. But he tells the jury, so if you take that testimony right there, 24 hours, and you apply it to the fact that now we know Scott has to be lying about that fire having been going on then, there is only one reason why Scott's lying about that. And it is not because he's innocent. It's because he was involved. It's because he's covering up. And it's because he didn't know, because he wasn't in the courtroom, that forensic anthropologist had testified about this. It's why you It's why you keep witnesses from being able to listen to other witnesses' testimony during trial. So he couldn't adjust it or change it. And he wasn't aware of this forensic anthropologist's testimony. So the state has him, and I can't imagine that they're just going to let him walk on that, because they have him on that. He's in sworn testimony about a fire that could not possibly have been burning at the time he says it was burning, and there's only one reason he lies, and puts that fire on the 3rd. That is damning. Absolutely damning. So let's continue listening. Let's see what else she says.
Forces surrounding the body or under the body or over the body also depend on how long that may have been burning.
Yes, absolutely. So the more fuels in the fire, the longer it's going to burn. If there was just a few little, pieces of wood, it wouldn't burn quite as long. But in this case, there were pieces of wood at the crime scene, and so that kind of gives me an idea of the potential fuels that were there, not the exact amount. But with the wood being there, that's going to absorb the fat, and that's going to keep the fire going and fuel the fire for a long period of time, over several hours.
And in this case, when you mention fuel, wood is a fuel.
Yes,
you categorize wood as fuel. Or
yes, wood is
twigs,
fuel.
leaves, brush, whatever's under the fire or
yes.
over the fire. Okay. I'm just trying to clarify, when you say fuel, you don't mean any sort of ignitable liquids or anything like that?
No,
Okay.
I misspoke there. Fuel is
No.
anything that burns.
Okay,
It could
perfect.
be wood, clothing, ignitable liquids, just any type of fuel that would burn.
Okay. And then I want to move on down to, you knew the date of the discovery of the body, correct?
Yes.
And those are the photos that you have are from that date.
Correct.
Okay. Tell the jury about, you made the determination that this was a single burn event. What does that mean?
Well, this is, so we do, in the experiments, we'll do basically a set a fire and let it burn the entire course without adding wood. So with that, basically the bones are more intact. You can tell where the head is, where the foot is, as opposed to if they were refueling, stoking, stirring, crushing, we would find little tiny pieces, and it would be, basically very different.
So, in other words, the body would not be in anatomical order.
Yes, it would be kind of stirred up, but in this case, there was intact long bones, the skull, and so that doesn't indicate to me that there was additional activity after the initial fire.
You also determined the position of the body. Can you tell the jury about how you determined that?
Yes, so this is looking at the photographs. I was not actually at the crime scene. But based on the photographs, we see his leg. There's a long leg bone, the upper thigh bone called the femur. On the back of it, there's a ridge where all your big muscles attach. And so in the photograph, we see that ridge on top, which basically means that he was face down. As well as the face was really well protected, as opposed to the back of the skull was more extensively burned. So that tells me kind of the relative position that the body was in, with those two, the femur as well as the condition of the skull.
When you say that the face was preserved and it was face down, does that have to do with access to oxygen and airflow? How do you know that the preservation of the face means that he was face down?
It could be to where he kind of settled into fire debris where it was protecting the face. It's not suggestive that anything's wrapped around the face or anything like that. It just basically lets me know that that was the surface that was down. And again, fire debris can protect around the face as the wood burns down.
And as an individual who's burning, their subcutaneous fat, you mentioned, kind of acts as a fuel source.
Correct.
So if there was wood surrounding the body and the fat was wicking into the wood, how would that affect the fire?
That's going to sustain the burning process. Say, for example, if the body was burned on a cement pad or a parking lot, it would burn very differently than, in this case, we have wood, we have vegetation, potentially other materials, and so that absorbs the rendered fat, which is basically the liquefied fat, and it's called the wick effect. So it's kind of like an oil lamp, where the fire will continue to burn as long as it's fueled by the oil.
So considering the photos that you received in this case, it wasn't surprising to you to hear that there was no evidence of ignitable liquids on this fire.
Yes, I mean, ignitable liquids will get the fire going, but you don't have to have ignitable liquids to start a fire necessarily. If you build a campfire, you may be using kindling. Just different things can get the fire going. It doesn't necessarily have to be ignitable liquids.
Thank you, Dr. Pope. That's all I have for you.
Yep.
1 second, Judge.
All right.
Trying to be more efficient. Good morning, Dr. Pope. It is afternoon now. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you, sir.
My name's Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. A couple of things I just want to go over with you, okay? One, the jury doesn't have your report, but you had kind of talked about it with your appendix 1 and 2. I gave examples.
Yes.
Now, in both of those examples that you gave regarding time and things such as that, there was some type of diesel fuel or a mixture of gasoline and diesel used in those instances?
Yes, in the appendices that I provided, yes, ignitable liquids are used. One was primarily ignitable liquids and clothing as the primary fuel source. Then there was a second example of a body burned just on pieces of logs and wood and whatnot. But yes, ignitable liquids, I used it in both of those.
And from what you reviewed in this case, there's no evidence of any ignitable liquids being used?
Not based on the burn patterns.
Okay.
No.
Start with your compensation from the DA's office. What were you initially paid to render your report?
It was $200 an hour. I don't have the actual invoice with me.
Approximately how many hours did you work?
It could have been between 10 and 20. That's usually what reviewing photographs, reports, and then writing my report takes.
I mean, I believe you stated that you reviewed coroner's report, GBI, autopsy?
Yes.
So that's a lot of reports.
Yes.
You reviewed. All right, so $200 an hour?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your cost of testifying here today?
Well, on the stand, it's $200 an hour as well.
$200 an hour. I'm assuming you're like most experts. You do that from travel and everything.
No, just appearing, sitting here.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, you have negotiated yourself a better deal than the other forensic anthropologists. You got $380.
All right.
So that out of the way, you're not a forensic pathologist.
No.
Okay. You're not certified in certifying cause or manner of death.
No.
Okay. And what state do you typically operate out of?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay. So you're a Tennessee fan.
Yes.
Okay. We'll forgive you. And you went to school in Arkansas?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Master's and PhD.
Okay. All right. Now, from your examination of what you've done, and I'm going to go ahead and get something ready to pull up to show you. From your examination, you can't tell us anything about Gary Farris's cause of death.
No, that's not what I was asked to do, nor am I qualified. I'm not a medical examiner.
Correct. Just making sure. There it is. And I'll show you that in just a few minutes. So you weren't asked, nor can you tell us anything about how Gary died?
No.
Okay. Now the effects on the remains, they would be the same regardless of who set the fire, right?
Fire started.
Yep. How it was set, would matter regarding the effects on the remains.
Just to get it going, ignitable liquids gets it going quicker, but once it goes, ignitable liquids have no effect after
Yeah.
the first few minutes.
But yet again, we have no evidence of ignitable liquids.
Okay.
Okay. Now, all of those reports that you were talking about, you reviewed, did any of them contain any witness statements?
One was talking about the readings of the CPAP machine. I mean, most of them I was just looking at the evidence.
So essentially, the photographs
Photographs and reports.
and the reports from the state examiner.
Autopsy, yes,
Things
yes.
such as that. Okay. So none of the actual witnesses or anything like that. You didn't listen to any of their interviews.
Their interviews
Yeah.
or
Well, let me ask it two ways. Did you listen to anybody's interview? Let's say Melody Farris's interview.
no.
Okay. I'm just making sure. But sometimes it references in those reports you were reading, here's what so-and-so said.
Yes, correct. I really don't pay much attention to the witness statements.
Because that's not what you're there to do.
Well, I'm there to look at the evidence, so I take witness statements with a grain of salt.
And you received all of those reports, I'm assuming, from the DA's office.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had started talking about with Ms. Frankish regarding the human body burning about subcutaneous fat, correct?
Yes.
Alrighty. Subcutaneous fat can essentially become its own fuel source.
Correct.
Alrighty. So you can presume that a body of someone who has a lot of subcutaneous fat will in fact burn hotter.
No.
Not necessarily hotter. Will they burn up quicker?
No, not necessarily. I mean, it's more fuel, but it's not going to speed up the process.
Well, if it's more fuel, do I have more heat?
That's more of a fire investigator question because I'm not qualified to tell, exact heat ranges.
Okay, well, you put in your report a heat range, and I think it goes up to something around 1,500 degrees.
Yes, and that was just based on average temperatures of larger fires.
Okay, so nothing to actually do with this case. Just
No.
similar fires. that you
Well,
saw.
the similar fires, similar reconstruction or experiments that I've done have been kind of in that temperature range.
Okay, because you already testified here, and we've heard it previously, that the fire when law enforcement arrived at the hottest portion that they recorded was 230 degrees. Correct? You said that.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, I was just curious about this over lunch. Is there like a scientific determination of a temperature range for it still to be? Could we kind of use the term loosely? There is a fire, right? All right. Is there a scientific determination of how hot it has to be a fire, or is it just actual? There's physical, visible flames.
The output of heat.
The output of heat is a fire. So it's fair to say that at 230 degrees we still got a fire because it's still outputting heat.
I mean, it could be a smoldering fire. I base it on the fact that there's flames or not flames.
Okay, kind of like anybody else would, probably.
Yes.
So if it's 230 degrees in the photographs you saw, would you consider that to be more of a smoldering fire?
Possibly, only because it was reported that it was still warm.
Still warm. And you state in your report, you don't have an exact timeline, but you state somewhere less than 24 hours.
Yes.
Okay. So if law enforcement is recording the fire around, let's say 1 p.m., right? Less than 24 hours would be the next day at 1 p.m., or that would be exactly 24 hours.
Okay.
Okay? Is that right? In 24 hours? Like 24 hours from now, 24 hours from now will be 1:09 tomorrow.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah. So if I go back in time, trying to calculate something else, 1:09 yesterday would be 24 hours.
Yes.
Right? All right. So the fire was started or was reported on July the 5th around 1 p.m. That would mean less than 24 hours would be July the 4th at 1 p.m. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also state that you didn't find from the photographs any evidence of
Okay. Stop right there. Why is the trial continuing? past that moment. We have an expert witness, the only expert witness who testified about fires, who was presented as testimony and evidence, who says this fire could not have been burning more than 24 hours. That the absolute latest point it started was 1:09 p.m. on the 4th, when Melody Harris is Farris is verifiably off the premises. What are we doing here? Rusty's statement is out. It's not true. We've just eliminated it. It's not possible to be true. Certainly not to say that she was telling Rusty he was burned up on the burn pile. Now, could she have been saying he was on the burn pile? No. Clearly, that statement had to have been made after Rusty could have been on the burn pile, which would have been the 4th or after, which probably means this was something that if it was said after he was discovered. This was made up by Rusty. This was something that he brought into his brain because he was all flummoxed and upset. So we eliminate the Rusty statement, which is what everyone says in all the chats. Why is this not being played everywhere across the land right now? How is anyone out there who says she's guilty because of Rusty's statement, because of what she told Rusty? How can you then say she's guilty? What else do you have to say she's guilty besides your own dislike of her? We now don't even know, except for the fact that Gary had to have been killed on the 3rd because of the lack of CPAP information, which again, if you want to get down to that, we don't even have that data on the CPAP machine, which we're relying. The only thing we're relying on to say that Rusty wasn't on that CPAP machine, or not Rusty, Gary wasn't on that CPAP machine. And that wasn't even read by a verifiable source that can read the data. Now, again, I trust that if you're looking at the CPAP machine, like if I went in and looked at my app, I don't know if that's what they're looking at. I could see when my CPAP machine was used last. But I've also had problems before, too, where the Bluetooth went off and it didn't get readings. So therefore, that's not even reliable in the sense of proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he died on the 3rd or he died on the 4th. Then, if for some reason maybe he didn't use the CPAP machine, or it didn't record it, or the data is being misread because it's not being read by a credible source, we now have Gary's phone moving all over the property, which means Gary was alive, working the burn pile, getting ready to burn it. Which could mean then that Melody leaves and Gary's alive, and Melody and him are in two separate worlds. And Scott comes back from the lake house to ask his dad about the clubs the next day. There's a confrontation. The burn pile's going. Scott shoots dad, puts dad on the burn pile. Melody returns later that night. Scott leaves and goes to a party because he burns him up for the few hours that he's got to be there and returns back up to the lake. That is as likely to have happened as it is Melody once you remove the Rusty statement. We do not know what happened now. We do not know when it happened now. In this testimony, this expert witness that I hope the jury paid attention to is absolutely an exculpatory witness that was presented by the state. And then we go back exactly where Marjorie Smith is going with this. Who's the one person in the entire world who knew that Gary was shot 13 minutes after he's found on the burn pile? He's telling investigators that when they arrive. He's telling everyone he's got to go search for a gun. It's Scott. And I understand, maybe Melody was poisoning him. Maybe they were exculpatory means it proves her innocence, meaning it proves that she is innocent, at least, it proves that she couldn't have done it the way the state's saying. So this witness right here, who should have been right in the front line, and it was instead sandwiched in with him, and then the final closing argument, which was all about weight and carrying him out and doing all this stuff. You know, if I'm the defense, I would have never stipulated when, I don't know if they did, but for everybody kind of took for granted that the night of the murder was the 3rd. It's not. We don't know. I mean, we think we know, but I mean, if I'm the defense, I'm challenging that. If I'm the defense, I'm standing up in front of that jury and saying, we don't have proof beyond a reasonable doubt of anything. We have a CPAP machine, but just the mere fact that, yeah, he usually sleeps on a CPAP machine. Listen, you only got to get the shot in him once, right? You've only got to get, all these things only have to happen one time. And it's not unheard of that he could have slept without a CPAP machine on that one night. It's just a bad, unlucky set of circumstances that happens, and it happens in that order. But the bottom line is, it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt just because he might have died on the 3rd. We're sandwiching it in there. We know Scott comes home on the 3rd. We know Scott goes and gets the credit card on the 3rd. We know Gary's phone is moving all over that property. And everyone assumes because of the CPAP machine that he had to have died on the 3rd. What if he did? What if for some reason he didn't sleep with the CPAP machine? What if for some reason he was up all night working on the burn pile and just not worrying about it, and he fell asleep downstairs in the study? What if? The prosecution has to prove these things in saying that the only evidence now that we have that he died on the 3rd is a CPAP machine. That is concerning if that's the only evidence that we're about to send someone, potentially have this individual found guilty of a crime in which the state of Georgia can take her life. And if we're comfortable as citizens to say that's what we're doing, because once you take Rusty out, the whole case comes apart. Look at that investigator's face right here. He's shocked. He's got a sick feeling in his stomach because he knows. Let me lower this a little bit. Look at that look. That's the cat got your tongue look. The holy shit, what did she just say look. I hope the jury didn't listen to that look. Boom. Let's continue listening.
Stirring or stroking or anything like that?
Not based on how the remains were found.
Okay. Now, that's what I want to show. Did you review Dr. Gooding's documentation? She did the anthropological report?
Yes.
Okay. She also attached with that a chart. And it's been admitted into evidence Gooding 1. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Did you review that chart?
No.
Well, you were provided her report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what it says, and I was talking to her about this yesterday, and she didn't know. But you can see up here where it says cranium, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you've got the pelvis, and that's kind of the center of the body, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got the femurs, I learned, those are the leg bones.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also agree with me that ribs are above the pelvis?
Yes.
Okay. And we've got a rib found way down here, below the legs and everything else. Okay? Wouldn't that be evidence of some type of tending to or something?
It could be disturbance from animals or nearby. It's that one rib is not going to tell me that the body was stirred up.
Okay. What if I told you that there was also another rib with a bullet in it found somewhere up in this area where the hand is?
Okay.
Okay, so you got two ribs, or two pieces of ribs or parts of ribs in two different locations. So you're saying that that could be evidence of animals?
It could be.
Okay. Couldn't it also be evidence of stirring?
Not with all the other bones found. You have the leg bones where they're supposed to be. You have the skull where it's supposed to be. And also it was kind of a shallow burn, so that you have to account for stuff potentially, rolling down as opposed to a flat surface.
Okay. Now, the body laying, you stated that, in your opinion, that the body was laying face down.
Yes, based on the photograph showing the back of the leg lying face up, and the face being very well protected and less burned than the backside.
Okay. Now, for the fact that the body is face down, you can't tell this jury whether or not Gary Farris fell into the fire or was placed into the fire.
No.
Okay. You also have no opinion as to cause of death.
I'm not qualified to make cause of death, nor was this asked of me.
No, I understand. I blame you. You're fine. Give me just 1 second, okay? you may have read it in some of the reports that you reviewed and did not. There was an eyewitness, in this case, that previously had testified that he observed flames from the burn pile on July the 3rd, later in the day.
July 3rd. Get my notes real quick.
Would knowing that information change your opinion about your report?
I mean, it's possible they could have started, had another fire earlier. I'm not sure.
Okay, but it's still your opinion that this fire was less than 24 hours old?
Yes, simply because it was still warm. If it had been cold, then we could extend the time frame.
Okay, all right. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
I have no redirect. Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can be excused.
Thank you very much.
All right, call your next witness.
Bobby Simmons.
All right, let's go back to the deliberation room here. Here we go. All right, so there it is, guys. I mean, you heard what they said. They said there could have been another fire, but here's what she also said. The body was burned in a one burn event, okay? So what she's saying is, I want that to be clear before someone jumps on the train and says, hey, she just said there could have been another fire. Yes, there could have been another fire, which would mean Gary was burning that fire, but Gary wasn't on that fire, because what she said is the body was on that fire that started 24 hours before, and that the body was burned in a one burn event. So whatever fire happened predating the 4th was not related to Gary being burned. Yeah, and Hannah, I'm looking for that, actually. You're correct. I'm glad you brought that up. I have that here. Give me a moment. I'm just trying to find the testimony because I actually documented that. I remember when that came out. So we're going to hear that, given what we're hearing now. And I know you're very passionate about believing Chris is involved, and we have to believe that there is people involved in that family. And now that we don't know the date, now that it's not clear when that was, let me see here. Hold on here. Fool, that's the wrong trial. Let me see here. Oh, here we go. Right there. Hopefully I have the entirety of this thing here. Let me see. Oh, no, that's Scott Farris. Never mind. Okay. Hold on. All right, so let's take a look at this. This is something I'm still searching for that testimony, but I do believe there was testimony of, I do recall of Chris as well doing this, but this is some pretty telling stuff. Now that we know this fire is less than 24 hours before this moment, we know, and this tells you what the direction they were moving and how concerned they were based on the statement Scott was making at the scene. So let's go play this here. Give me one moment.
Human remains on appear to be human remains on a fire, burned to a degree at which none of us had ever seen before in many years of law enforcement experience. We knew that people were already talking away from family members and providing information that had us very concerned. And when we respond to any death investigation, we look at it as a potential homicide from the onset of the case until we find evidence to support that it is not a homicide.
And so that evidence would have been Scott Farris telling multiple people that a gun was missing, yes?
That is not the only information that we had, no.
What
but
other
that is-
information?
The degree to which the body was burned, I had been taught in previous homicide classes that bodies caught up in brush fires or caught up on fires are oftentimes not burned up to that degree, and that should be a very concerning thing if you were to see it when you initially respond to somebody that has fallen on a fire. So I have been taught that in homicide schools, that if somebody is in like a brush fire or like even like a little burn pile, but they are like almost gone and all you have is some bones, that is a very concerning thing, and you should take note of that and start looking deeper as soon as you see something along those lines. So that, in conjunction with family members already starting to talk about other family members in terms of everything from potential drug problems to missing guns to also notably potentially blood in the house, all of these things and combined led us to be concerned that this was potentially more than an accidental death or a natural death from pretty much the onset of law enforcement's arrival. Most of that information was gained by even uniformed patrol before Detective Hayes and I made it on scene.
Right, because Scott Farris was telling multiple people that a gun was missing in the house.
That is one of the factors, but again, not the only factor.
Did you already know that he was telling people that before he got in your car for your interview of Scott Farris?
Yes, sir. I had heard that when he was alone with one of the officers on scene, he had started reporting that there was a firearm missing. He had also said that there was possible, he believed it was blood in the house, which again, those facts combined with how severe the body was burned and how there was almost nothing left of a very large man led us to immediately have concerns that this death was potentially something that wasn't an accidental death or a natural death. So we investigate every case like a homicide from the onset until we have evidence to prove otherwise, and we didn't have any evidence to prove otherwise.
Okay, tell me about your interview with Scott Farris.
It was done in my car, away from everyone else, so nobody else could hear it. It was audio recorded.
Okay, what did he tell you?
We talked for an hour and a half about everything from the family dynamics.
What time of day was that, by the way? Was the sun still up?
It was around 2 p.m.
So within the first hour.
All right, so that was the clip. So now we're going to play. I found the testimony of the business associate who said that Chris knew the caliber of gun when he shouldn't have, and he was concerned about it. Now, Hannah B., to answer your question, you said if the fire was tended to, how would she know when it was started? Okay, first of all, her testimony was that it wasn't tended to, in terms of it wasn't stirred or anything of that nature, that this was a one burn fire. And what she said was the way she knew the temperature was because they took a temperature at the time of when they discovered it. And based on the fact that it was 200 degrees and the fact that the coals were still warm, the body was still warm. And I think the body had a temperature of like 130 degrees or something like that. Based on that determination and those calculations, she was able to walk this back because she said otherwise, if it was colder, she would have thought that it could have been a longer term. But she said based on those calculations, this was laid back 24 hours at maximum. Okay. Now, I want you to pick up on what you just heard there. Scott is telling them not just about a gun, he's telling them about blood in the house. Now, remember, by Scott's own admission on the witness stand, he's not in that house. He's out at the lake house. The only time he said he went in that house was he said he went to the front door and then he walked in to go to Melody's and go upstairs. The only time he's in that house, we're to believe that he's discovering these minute drops of blood, okay, in the moments after he discovers his dad in the burn pile. No one else has noticed it. The granddaughters haven't noticed it, okay? No one else is noticing blood in the house, but he knows where every blood drop is. He knows there's this bullet in the house, okay? And that's what he's telling police. He was trying to implicate his mother in this. And again, it worked because the investigators immediately began focusing on that house. Now, the problem is the amount of blood that was found, and when they luminol the place, there's no indication a shooting took place. and there was like, what, 4 drops of Gary's blood, very small, the size of like a needlehead, which would be indicative of the fact that she testified, or as others testified, that he had a dog bite that caused him to bleed a lot, or be bleeding, and that it's very likely that's what the cause was. I mean, Melody Farris's blood was found there. There's no indication if she's shooting him or hurting him, or that there was any cuts on Melody Farris's body. So, I'm sure if you went around anybody's house, it's very possible there could be blood drops found for a multitude of reasons. It could be a cut shaving. It could be a bloody nose, etc. And all of those things are not uncommon when you're living in a place. Now, what would be uncommon is a large amount. Blood splatters that would indicate, listen, if he's shot, there's going to be a splattering of blood, just like you have the blood splatter analyst. Where was that? If he's shot in the house, it's splattering. There's no getting around that. And there was no indication near where that bullet was found that it would have been. Now, one thing I picked up on the anthropologist's testimony, Scott, or the anthropologist, or the defense attorney, was saying, look, there was a piece of rib found here and there was a piece of rib found here. Could it have been that Scott went to the burn pile and the reason why those ribs were scattered was because he picked it up and got the bullet that ended up being found inside the house out of that? That maybe there were 2 bullets found in the ribs, and that's why he picked that up and dropped that, and it ends up away from the pieces of the body where it was at? Could that have been an indicator that someone was picking a bullet up out of there and taking it inside, believing then that the police would find that bullet, and believe the shooting ended up happening in there, or happening inside the house? So what we're about to watch here is where this is a business associate who says one of his sole purposes of testifying is to talk about, I think, financial matters, and then he talks about the fact that Scott had called and told him about it being a 38 caliber bullet before, and he says the police officers told him when he's talking to the police that they didn't even know what caliber it was, but that, not Scott, but that Chris was telling him this, which could indicate, again, and where my head was at this time, was that both were there. Both were in on this. But let's check this out.
And if anything like that happens, immediately remove yourself from the situation. Let us know about it. We'll take it up.
Patrick Joseph Clark.
Where is it that you work, Mr. Clark?
I work at Burr & Foreman.
What, I guess, branch? Which practice of Burr & Foreman?
I work in our Mobile, Alabama office, but I was in our Atlanta office for about 22 years.
22 years?
Yeah.
And do you know Gary Farris?
I do.
How do you know Gary Farris?
Gary and I we first met, back before I became a Burr & Foreman attorney. We were actually on the opposite side of real estate transactions and just got to know each other over the years. And at a certain point in time, Gary had talked to me about coming to work with Burr & Foreman, and at a certain point in time I did that. So we practiced together, up until his death.
Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Farris?
Yeah, Gary was a good friend of mine, and while we didn't spend a lot of time together outside the office, and there's various reasons for that, we each had our own lives, and people who live in the Atlanta area and everything, how it is commute-wise, and we worked so much that whatever free time that we had, weekends, et cetera, we generally were spending with our families, et cetera. But, we would get together, play golf sometimes, go out and shoot ski, and go, I think we went on a couple of dove hunts together. But, most of our time was spent as friends in the office, going to lunch when it was appropriate. We'd go out to dinner with clients sometimes, and et cetera. But, I considered Gary to be a very good friend of mine.
Did you ever hang out with Gary's family?
Some, yes.
How well did you know the rest of the family?
I knew who all they were. I knew all their names. I knew Melody. I knew, Chris and Scott and Amanda and Emily. Went to Chris's wedding. Went to Emily's wedding. Gary would tell me what was going on with his kids sometimes, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I knew the family.
Can you explain to the jury Gary's work ethic, or how often you guys have to work in your line of work?
Yeah, we work a lot. We are commercial real estate transactional lawyers, and we don't do any residential real estate work. It's all commercial real estate. And our practice primarily was representing institutional type lenders in commercial real estate transactions. Construction loans, permanent loans, various different kinds of properties, multifamily apartment complexes, industrial buildings, office towers. We oftentimes did what we call syndicated transactions, which involve multiple banks, high dollar, high volume transactions involving what you would consider to be very sophisticated real estate developers, very sophisticated lenders, and it required a lot of time and effort to get those deals done. A lot of time and effort to get those deals done.
Would you work holidays frequently?
Yes, definitely. Our clients were very demanding, justifiably so, and our work ethic and was always, we did and took the time that was needed to accomplish what it was that they were engaging us to do. And our practice, so a little bit better to understand that, is our practice was nationwide in scope. We closed deals all across the United States. And again, we were dealing with financial institutions in New York and Boston and California and other places. So oftentimes there would be time frames where you'd be doing a transaction out in California, and they'd be 2 or 3 hours behind us, depending on what time of the year it was. So it wasn't unusual for us to get on the phone with the client 10 o'clock our time, 6, 7 o'clock their time.
To your knowledge, did Gary Farris have any professional enemies?
No. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to try to explain that, because we're not criminal defense lawyers, we're not plaintiffs' attorneys, we don't go into the courtroom. I've been in the courtroom one time in my entire career. And I think Gary probably was in the courtroom a little bit more, but he used to practice some bankruptcy law, so he was probably in there in that regard. But no, our work, our transactions always involved people on every aspect of the transaction who were trying to accomplish the same goal, which was to get a deal done.
Would Gary share with you information about his family and what was going on during certain times in his life?
Not really.
Was he kind of a private person?
Very.
Was he proud of his kids?
Yeah, to the extent that we talked about them.
What about Scott?
Yeah, I remember kind of the first time I ever met Scott. I guess he was younger, maybe in his teens, and I think the first time I ever met him, I had lunch with him and Gary, and he struck me as a young kid, and then I guess he kind of had different jobs. I think I remember that he was selling cars at one time. I think he worked as an auto mechanic, if I'm not mistaken. And then at a certain point in time, he decided to go into the military. And I remember how proud Gary was of that. Very much so.
Were you someone that the family reached out to when his remains were found on July 5th?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with Melody that day?
No.
When did you speak with Melody about what happened on July 5th?
My recollection is I talked to Melody not too long after that, and I couldn't tell you exactly what I mean in terms of time by not too long after that. For obvious reason being it's 6 years ago.
Sure.
But I do remember that I did talk to Melody. I can remember I was sitting in my office in Mobile, and my phone rang, and I looked down, and it said Melody Farris, and I was a little bit surprised, but she called me in my office.
And what was it that she was calling you about?
She called me and asked me if I could provide any assistance or information about helping her, I guess, obtain or get access to Gary's capital contribution in our law firm.
What is a capital contribution?
Well, a capital contribution, so in law firms, you have different levels of people who work in a law firm, and our firm is a pretty large firm. We've got 19 different offices, but there's different organizational structures, organizational funds, but the way that our firm works is you have two levels of partners. You have what's referred to as equity partners, and then you have what's referred to as income partners, and then you have associates, right? So the hierarchy is, in terms of the firm structure itself, the equity partners are the owners of the law firm. So it's as if you owned a construction company and you're the owner. Income partners and associates are basically employees of the law firm. So they're W-2 employees. So our law firm, if there's profits at the end of the year, the equity partners share in the profits. So a capital contribution is the amount of money that, as the owner or equity partner in the law firm, that you're required to put in on an annual basis, et cetera, to maintain a certain level of capital for expansion, for needs to meet, upgrades in computer systems and so on and so forth. So it's basically a slug of money that's put in by the owners that's there and available for certain things.
And at any time, do you receive that contribution back throughout the year?
The only time that you receive it back is when you're no longer an equity partner.
Okay. Was Gary?
But you do have to put it in. The opposite's not true. You got to put it in every year.
Right.
So.
Was Gary a partner?
Yeah, Gary was an equity partner.
Okay. And did you continue to chat with Melody on the phone after she asked about that?
I did for a short period of time, yes.
What was it that you and her spoke about?
After I had talked with Melody, or as she asked me about the capital contributions and assisting and trying to get it, and I indicated to her that I would do what I could. I really didn't have any knowledge about that because I'd never been involved in having to get a capital contribution back. But
Sure.
I took the opportunity to ask Melody, what do they think happened? And she answered me.
What did she say?
She didn't really respond, in my opinion, to my question. She basically relayed to me, I guess if I think back on it now, what was going on the morning of the 4th of July. And what she told me was that she got up early in the morning or sometime in the morning, and she was blowing off, I guess, the leaves on either the driveway or somewhere around the house. with a blower, and she finished that up. And then I remember her distinctly saying, and I know that Gary was there because I could smell cigarette smoke, right? And then she got prepared because she was going up to, I guess, Lake Lanier to spend the day with one of her children, and my recollection is it was her daughter Amanda. And she headed up to the lake.
And did she mention anything about if she went anywhere else before the lake?
Yeah, and I remember this conversation pretty vividly because it just struck me as unusual. She said, and on the way to the lake, I stopped at, my recollection was Target, and I bought a chair. And then she said something that really and she said, and I've got the receipt for that. And I went up to the lake, stayed up at the lake, came back home. She had two girls with her. I think one of them was her granddaughter, and one of them was a friend of her granddaughter's. Got back home, went straight to the bedroom and stayed in there the rest of the night because they were tired and they were watching movies. And that was basically the extent of the conversation.
Did you ask her what she did that day, or was this unprompted?
It was unprompted. I didn't ask her what she did that day.
Mr. Clark, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Clark. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody.
All right, so it's on cross-examination that the gun stuff is going to come out. So basically, if you're listening to this whole thing here and you start to formulate again, saying, all right, the only thing that says Gary died on the 3rd and wasn't alive on the 4th when his phone is walking around the property, right, until what, about 1 o'clock, right, and the phone goes back inside, which is about the time the fire starts, okay? Again, and this is just evolving as you know. Everyone knows what my theory has been up until now when we're trying to pocket all of this in based on this forensic anthropologist testimony. Just standing here and envisioning and saying, well, maybe she was up late on the 3rd because her granddaughter came into town. Remember, it was unusual. Well, her granddaughter came into town. And it was insinuated that she was told, don't let her come over tonight because she's grounded. I don't want her going up to the property yet. She tells her granddaughter, and that was what was, and that insinuation comes from if you listen to the question asked on cross-examination, which I'm saying would mean that had to come from a conversation that defense attorney had with Melody. So if we go there, right, and now we say it didn't even happen the 3rd. So Scott goes to golf. He gets the debit card from Melody, which is something that was common going on between them because both of them had problems getting money from Big Daddy. Scott goes golfing. Melody goes to Lake Lanier. Scott comes back home because he's just been golfing and he's got the PGA thing scheduled the next day and he's mad and he goes. And if this is the dispute over money, if this is the dispute because Scott wants this money to go buy these golf clubs, which some people have said is ridiculous, it's as ridiculous as the idea that Melody killed him over money. If this death is happening, it's happening over money, over a dispute. And Gary's starting this burn pile, okay, at that time, or someone's starting a burn pile at that time. Boom. It happens. Now, I know everyone's going to say there was a gunshot heard between 9 and 10. Well, there was, but there was no fire between 9 and 10. There was no fire, according to our forensic anthropologist, that started until 1 p.m. the next day. So Melody couldn't have started that fire. There was no fire started that had a body on it on the 3rd or the 4th or the morning of the 4th. How do we know that? Because of what you just heard earlier. And if you're just joining us because you came in, you were dumped in here from my other live, go check it out, rewind it back, or wait for the premiere that's coming up in a little bit. And go check it out. Because that is where we're at here. But where we're at is we don't know. But where we're at is Rusty's statement, which is the only evidence that many, many people have laid their hat on. Why did she say that to Rusty? If the burn pile wasn't burning, if there wasn't any burn pile burning that night, then Rusty's statement is exactly what Rusty said it was. It was a false statement that he came up with under duress, believing he was about to be charged. It's very possible that she was involved at some level. It's very possible that she found out at some level. But it's also possible that there's a set of circumstances, and that is all the jury needs, is that doubt. What we're talking about right here is then you say there's doubt on the false statements, there's doubt on the concealing a body, because as we just walked through it, and you heard the testimony from Scott, or from that investigator who said Scott was acting very suspiciously. He knew about blood in the house. He knew about the bullet in the house. You talk about the forensic anthropologist who says, yeah, there was a bone, that there's ribs over here. And they said, no, it couldn't have been from scattering or tending to the fire. That had to either be possibly an animal, or could it have been Scott or somebody lifting up that piece and getting the bullet out that was found inside. A bullet that had DNA, flesh DNA on it, still on it, and that was found inside that house. Is it possible? It's possible. Now, the only thing that I would say, and again, I don't know what testing they did on that bullet. Was there soot found on it? Was there anything that would indicate it was in a fire? That would potentially have maybe stood out to somebody if they were looking at it. But this is where we're at right now, and we're just looking back at a few witnesses here. I hope the jury in that jury room is remembering some of these things. Because if they are, the only verdict that should be returned is not guilty. Now, I still think that you're going to have people in that jury room. And again, maybe what we were hearing is maybe they remembered a forensic anthropologist. And maybe what they're getting to now is, okay, he said he was on the burn pile, not burning. It was on the burn pile could mean she had killed him and put him on the burn pile and then burn it later. And maybe they're going to say she snuck down there and ignited it, and the granddaughters didn't know and nobody knew. We know that the neighbors said that burn pile was burning on the 4th. We know that. We know the forensic anthropologist puts this burn pile burning on the 4th. Starting around 1 o'clock on the 4th. We know without a doubt Melody wasn't there. We know that Scott has no one to account for his whereabouts at that time. Because by the testimony of his best friend, and I guess I need to play that, the best friend says, we went back up there, and then I left, and then I didn't return till later in the afternoon. So I hope the jury is talking about all of these points, because it truly brings us to only one verdict, unless you're going to compromise back there, and that's not guilty. That's where this has to go. And anything less than not guilty is you got to take all the noise out. You got to take all the noise and the affairs and the bad behavior and the potential poisoning, and you take all of that out and you just look at the evidence of that day and what was possible to happen in that day. And Tina Reinhardt says, Melody has lied about everything. She said she wasn't having an affair, didn't have 2 phones. Why didn't she just get a divorce? Your children love their father. Well, again, part of that is because, as you've heard, and as you heard from Amanda Farris, look, sometimes people don't want a divorce for a multitude of reasons. She clearly could have divorced him back in 13, but she came back. As she told investigators, she had everything she ever wanted. I think she didn't want to divorce him because, again, a divorce complicates everything, just like killing him does. And what does it complicate? It means she's not going to have the ability to have the cash flow in her life to live the life she wants. So she needs him to be alive, and she needs him to be making money so she can keep living the life she wants to live. And divorcing him means she's going to have a finite amount of money. She's certainly not going to be able to maintain that farm or keep that place. Well, that's exactly correct, Marjorie Smith. It's emotional manipulation, and that's what this whole case has been, is about vilifying it's about vilifying Melody to the point that this jury doesn't worry about evidence. They just look past all these problems. So All right, let's continue on, because we're going to get to the point now on cross-examination, I believe, where the information about Chris that I wanted to play comes out. And then in the meantime, I'm going to pull up the best friend's testimony so we can talk about Scott's
Few quick questions. Based on what you just said, did you not call law enforcement in this case? Do you remember that?
I spoke to law enforcement.
Like, you called them. You had something. Yes, sir.
I spoke to law enforcement. I think it was the week after the 5th. I called and spoke with a detective who was the lead detective on the case. And I told him who I was. I told him what I did. And I told him that he and Gary and I did the same kind of work.
Sure.
And the reason I did that is because when most people think about lawyers, they think about people who spend time in the courtroom and people who spend time involved in litigation, etc. And I called them because I had become aware that the incident after finding Gary had become a homicide investigation. And I wanted to tell the detective, look, what you have to do, and I told him, I said, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, but you need to know what it is we do. And we spend all of our time on the telephone, and we spend all of our time sending emails. So what you need to do is you need to look at our firm's email system and find out when the last time that Gary sent an email was, and if there's nothing after that, that's where you need to start. And that's what I told him. So that's when I contacted law enforcement. I never said anything to law enforcement about the conversation that I subsequently had with Melody until I was interviewed a month or so ago.
Do you remember when you called Detective Hayes also that there was something, you had a conversation with Chris, that there were some things that concerned you and you brought that up to Hayes? Do you remember that?
I don't know what.
You were discussing something to the effect of you had a conversation with Chris and some of the knowledge and things that he knew, you just thought, well, I think that's kind of concerning and I think you need to know about that, Detective Hayes. Do you remember that at all?
Possibly I did. I don't know that I'm sitting here trying to think about that. I talked to Detective Hayes. Can't remember how extensively I talked with him about the conversations I'd had with Chris. I had gotten a lot of my information
from
Chris.
Right.
Because Chris contacted me to basically let me know what happened to his dad. I wasn't in Atlanta at that time. I had already moved out of Atlanta to Mobile, and he was kind of telling me what happened, and to a certain extent asking me, what do you think we should do here? And so I relayed to Detective Hayes everything that people had told me.
Sure. But you didn't bring up any of this conversation with Ms. Farris?
I did not. I did not bring that conversation up with anyone until, like I said,
about a month ago.
The first time I talked to Detective Hayes, to my recollection, was the last time I talked to Detective Hayes. And nobody in between that period of time until a month or so ago ever got in touch with me. So I guess to a certain degree it was kind of out of sight, out of mind. Maybe I should have called them, but I didn't.
Okay. But you can't remember, would it help to listen to the recording of your phone call?
Sure.
to refresh your memory?
Yeah, I mean, again, it was 6 years ago, and you know, I don't doubt what you're saying. I don't remember. But I do remember what I was striving to do when I talked to Detective Hayes was to relay information to him that I thought would be helpful in the investigation.
We might need just a minute to get that together.
Well, we need to be outside the presence first and then get from there. So, y'all, anything else you want to ask me before we go down that road?
No.
All right, y'all step out.
At this time, I'm playing a recording that you made of the phone call that you made to Detective Hayes to help refresh your memory. And you judge, I mean, if you want, I don't have this timestamp and there's no transcript of this, so I'm going to move it kind of forward. It was towards the end of the interview, I believe. Play the whole thing.
After I had heard the news from two of our partners in our Atlanta office, and by the way, I practiced in Atlanta for the last 25 years. I just recently moved out of town to one of our other offices. So I'm somewhat familiar with the Farris property and very familiar with Gary's family, his children, so on and so forth. But anyway, Chris called me on Thursday afternoon and he said, I guess you've heard that my father has passed away. And I said, yeah, Chris, I heard, and I'm so sorry, so on and so forth. And we were just kind of chatting. He was like, I'm trying to figure out what to do. I want to do what my dad would want me to do, so on and so forth. And then during the course of that conversation, we're talking about his father's death. He made at least one comment that kind of made me think, well, why did you say that? And which was, my parents have been having problems, which I knew. Gary was a fairly personal person when it came to his personal life, so he didn't share a lot. But, when you spend so much time with somebody, you pick up on things and so on and so forth. So I thought that was an odd statement during the course of the conversation. When we were talking about his dad passing away, what he should do and how he should take care of things. That's how his dad was going to do, so on and so forth. And that was kind of the gist of that conversation. So I hung up and then came into the office the next day. Chris called me back on Friday morning, and we started talking again. And it was at that point in time, see, we didn't know what had actually happened. And when I say we, I'm talking about people at our law firm and myself and so on and so forth. We all assumed that Gary had passed away from a heart attack. We know that he had been having some medical issues, so on and so forth. So during the course of that conversation, Chris started telling me about what happened. And one of the things that struck me as unusual, and I'm going to tell you basically what he told me. He said that no one had seen Gary on July 4th, and that they all went to the lake and came back and still no one had seen him. And then the next day, which would have been the 5th, one of the grandchildren asked where Gary was, and that's when they started looking for him. And his car was there the whole time. His car keys were there the whole time. And Chris said that he and his brother Scott and Gary's wife Melody started looking around and eventually made their way to a point on the property where, and I don't know if it was a permanent burn pit or something else, but a place where they burned things. And Chris then said a couple of things that really made me, and this is why I'm calling you. First of all, he said, my mother went directly to the pit. I felt like she took us directly there. My brother Scott stirring around in the pit and said, we need to call 911. Don't look in there. So that's what they did. And then, and this is what I found to be really unusual. Because, and look, I'm not a police officer, I'm not an investigator, etc. But, you know, I watch enough shows on TV to at least think, you know, I have some kind of idea what you guys go through in these investigations. Chris told me, he said, and they told me, he didn't say who they was, they told me that they found a rib bone that had a bullet in it or had been struck by a bullet, that it was a .38 caliber bullet, and that there's a .38 caliber weapon that was on the property that I guess belonged to them that was missing. And I thought about that, and I was thinking to myself, well, during the course of an investigation, I wouldn't think that the people doing the investigation are going to share that kind of information with someone. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just, you know, playing, you know, television detective or whatever. But I would think, that especially if you were one of the people who was on the property, that that's not something that they're going to share with you. So I found that to be odd that he told me that. Okay. Maybe I'm just dreaming things up. Maybe I'm conjuring things up. I don't know. But the more I thought about it, the more I was thinking, well, maybe I better tell somebody about that.
Yeah, and there were probably 15, 20 investigators there at any one time, and Scott was actually the one that pointed out to us, when I say us, detectives, that the gun was missing. Scott had discovered the gun a couple weeks ago. During the course of this, he went back to find it and couldn't. So that's how Chris would have known the gun was missing. And we have not identified the caliber of the bullet, so Chris might be assuming it's a .38 because the .38 is missing. So.
And again, detective, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody.
Right. And we do appreciate
I
appreciate the phone call, and I was just trying, that might explain that.
The other thing that Chris told me, and again, I'm hesitant to tell you this, but everything is that, he told me that he was 95.8% sure that his mother did this. And I said, well, Chris, they'll investigate. I'm sure they'll figure it out, hopefully sooner rather than later. So I don't know whether he's related that to you guys or not, but that's what he told me. So those were the kind of conversations. And I had one more conversation with him after that, which was more along the lines of, he indicated to me, I guess, that they had all hired attorneys and so on and so forth. And I have not heard from him since. I'm assuming his attorney probably told him he doesn't need to be talking to anybody. The other thing that I was thinking about, and I wanted to relay to you guys, and hopefully this will be helpful, again, not trying to do your job or not trying to play, detective. What Gary and I do, we're commercial transactional lawyers. We don't go in the courtroom. We're not people who we deal with primarily with banks, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, BBVA Compass. We represent.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
All right. Are we bringing back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is barely comfortable in here. Find y'all unlikely that you're going to interact outside your presence, and on what's about to happen right here, and I'm fresh as recollection. But that's the process, and that's why we do it out trial. So that's the whole reason for that, and that's why it's critically important.
Transactional law.
Whatsoever. All right. With all that, Mr. Weaver, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So after listening to the recording, your memory has been refreshed, yes?
Yes.
All right. And you previously told the jury that you called because your primary purpose of the call, or the only purpose of the call, was to discuss, the nature of being a transactional lawyer. But there was a first part to that phone call, and could you tell the jury what that is?
Well,
let's try to contain what he's going to talk about.
Let's contain that too, and I asked you, what did you want to call and relay about Chris that you found to be concerning?
I don't know that I was necessarily calling about Chris, but what I was calling about was things that had been relayed to me from Chris that I found to be concerning under the circumstances based on where the matter was at the time.
Which would have been the 6th, I believe, Friday?
So my recollection is that, and actually thank you for playing that, because it reminded me that the 5th was a Thursday.
Correct. And yes, sir, we have a calendar right here to look at to refresh
Right,
your memory.
not Friday. I think I said Friday earlier, but it was actually, so Tuesday was the 3rd, Wednesday was the 4th, the 5th was the day that they found Gary's body.
Correct.
And so, and I'm sorry, what was your question again?
My question is what did you relay to Detective Hayes about the conversation you'd had with Chris?
All right, so I
that you
relayed
felt was
to
concerning?
Detective Hayes that I found concerning some of the things that had been relayed to me by Chris in that conversation. And my concern was based on not the fact that it was coming from Chris per se, but I was kind of concerned about, okay, this is early in the investigation, so where is this information coming from? It seems to me that, again, and you heard in the conversation, based on, you know, just common sense and somewhat limited knowledge about police investigations, I always thought that the investigators would hold things very close to the vest and not relay any information to anybody whatsoever, especially somebody like the deceased son who's on the property.
And that information was that he had relayed to you that a .38 was missing in the house, yes?
Yes.
And that a .38 special bullet was pulled from his father's.
I don't know if you said special, it was 38, yeah.
38 was pulled from his father.
Yes, yes.
And Detective Hayes said back to you, we don't even know the type of bullet involved in this case.
In that conversation he did. But he also said that, yeah, that the information was...
Said to you.
Well, but
unless
okay, I got you. I understand.
Unless prompted.
That's all, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
Just briefly, Judge. After speaking with Detective Hayes, you spoke with Chris, and then you relayed what Chris had communicated to you to Detective Hayes. Is that accurate?
Say that again?
You spoke with Chris had called you, and then you relayed what you heard from Chris to Detective Hayes.
Correct.
And the information that Chris was telling you, you weren't sure anyone should know or would know.
Right.
Okay.
I was simply relaying to Detective Hayes what had been communicated to me. That's all I was doing.
And then after speaking with Detective Hayes further, did you have any other concerns regarding that conversation?
No. No, I mean, no. I was trying to be very factually based in what I communicated to Detective Hayes. I knew that it was early on in the investigation. You know, I myself had just found out that this was a homicide investigation, and I was completely shocked by that because, again, you know, we all believed that Gary had suffered some type of heart attack or a stroke or something like that, and had fallen over and burned up in a fire. And then we found out a day later that no, Gary was killed. He was shot. And so once I found that out, and after information had been relayed to me, I just thought it was important to tell the detective what I had, what people had told me. Especially because it was just right there, the 5th.
All right,
So.
thank you. That's all I.
All right, so behind me is the next clip I'm going to play, and then I've got to take a break. It's school duty time. But what did we just hear? So I played that because that is some evidence that our friend Hannah B, I believe, began to form the basis that she believes Chris is involved. It's also why I now remember why I thought Chris had to be involved, at least to some level or degree, because on the 6th, he's talking to his father's business associate and has knowledge that it was a .38 caliber bullet, and that's what he's telling them. And again, this is all based off of Scott. Now, it may be that Scott's feeding all of this to the family, but that Scott's claiming that that .38 caliber bullet, which he knows is he's telling the family this, but that little bullet, that little fragment, no one knew what that was at that moment. So how would any of them know what the bullet was that shot Gary? There's no way to know that, except Scott is claiming to have seen a .38 caliber weapon, although he says he's not certain what caliber weapon it was because it was in a holster. The only person with .38 caliber bullets around them isn't Melody. It isn't Chris. It's Scott. And where does all this emanate from? Scott, through Chris, through everyone else. So this, again, is some more concerning things that are coming out that are indicating and pointing towards Scott. Now, the final thing that we're going to look at here and what I think is really just this jury should be back there. I know they're working through it, and to get to a not guilty is going to take some time because there are going to be people back there that some of these things flew over our heads. Some of them, you don't see it all at the time, and hopefully they're all talking about it. But this right here, for everyone who says that Scott's alibi is accounted for, this guy right here shows there's a gap. So let's listen to his testimony. This is Scott's best friend, whom he was with over that 3rd to the 5th. And he was with him on and off, playing golf at the lake house. Listen to this testimony and listen to the timeline of events, and you'll see what I'm talking about. And I'm going to re-listen to it because sometimes I miss things or I hear things or I think I heard something. I'm going to re-listen to it. And I believe it's going to tell me exactly what I remember listening and hearing a little bit ago. So here we go.
On Monday, July 2nd, I believe we played golf at the Manor that morning.
Who's we?
Me, Scott, and our friends Joe and Ryan.
Do you remember what time you teed off?
It would have been morning, probably 9-ish, I'd guess, on that day. I picked up Scott from the farm that morning, and we went to the Manor because it was relatively close to where he lived.
And what did you do after you played golf at the Manor?
I dropped him back off at the farm to get his truck, and then we went to a place called Rosati's for lunch.
All right. What did you do after Rosati's?
I left and went home.
And did you and Scott go your separate ways?
Yes.
Around what time was that?
I'd say that'd be, if I recall, sometime middle afternoon. If we had finished up with golf that day, it would have been around 12:31. And then we would have went and had probably a drink and some lunch at Rosati's, and then, probably 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Do you know if you and him communicated the rest of that Monday?
I do not recall. We may have, but it would have been a text or two at minimum, not a lot of conversation at that point.
Okay. So the next day would be Tuesday the 3rd. Did you see Scott that day?
I did.
What did you do?
Scott came up to the lake house, and we went out on the lake for the day.
Around what time did Scott come up to the lake house?
Probably early afternoon. Would usually been about the average time he would show up.
What did you do at the lake?
Took the boats out, probably did some surfing off the back of the wakeboard boat, probably took out the pontoon boat. I believe we went and watched fireworks from the water that night from one of the marinas up there. But that'd be about an average day on the lake.
Do you know, did Scott stay for dinner?
Yes, he did.
How late did he stay?
Scott left just before 11 p.m. on that night.
Was your house equipped with any security cameras?
Yes, I had a Nest security camera at my front door, or front porch driveway area.
And after finding out what happened to Gary, did you have the opportunity to pull that footage?
I did.
And what did you pull?
I pulled the footage of Scott leaving that evening just for the timestamp out of more curiosity.
State moves to admit T. Pierce. I guess it's just Pierce 1.
No objection.
I submit.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and publish this, Mr. Pierce. I'll go ahead and actually also move to admit Pierce 2, the screenshot of the timestamp.
No objection.
Pull this up first. This is Pierce 2 that I'm showing you. Is that the clip that you pulled down from
Yes.
Nest? And did you take that photo of the clip?
I took that photo with my cell phone, yes.
Okay. And so does that show the date and time of the clip itself?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember what day you pulled that down? And I say pulled that down, I'm inferring that you pulled that off of a cloud or some account that you have with Nest.
Correct. It's off my Nest account that I had at the time.
And you downloaded that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when?
I initially downloaded it back probably in 2018, but lost that thumb drive, and recently was able to gain access again to my Nest account and was able to re-pull the footage down just a couple days ago.
Was it already saved in your account?
Correct, yes.
From when you first pulled it
From
down?
when I first pulled it, yes, ma'am.
And did you pull it down after finding out what happened to Mr. Farris, Gary Farris?
I did.
I'm going to go ahead and publish Pierce 2. I'm sorry, Pierce 1, the video clip. And so is 10:55 the time that that clip saved?
Yes, ma'am.
So once he left that night, when was the next time you saw Scott?
The next morning at Hampton Golf Village, we had I believe a 7 a.m. or 7:15 a.m. tea time.
When you arrived at Hampton Golf Village, was Scott already there?
Yes.
What time did you arrive?
I believe Philip and I arrived around 6:45.
Had you heard from Scott before arriving at the golf course?
He did text me a little bit earlier that morning asking if we were awake and ready to go.
So you golfed at Hampton Golf Club on, that would be the day of the 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did it take you to do that round?
That round was probably about 4.5 hours. Typical round.
18 holes?
18 holes, yes, ma'am.
So that puts you around lunchtime.
Correct.
What did you do next?
We went directly back to the lake house.
Who's we?
Me, Scott, and my brother-in-law, Philip.
So did Philip golf with you that day as well?
Yes, ma'am.
You went back up to the lake house. Did you guys stop anywhere?
No.
Once you got to the lake house, what did you do?
Probably went back down to the dock, went back out on the boat for a little bit. I left at some point in the afternoon for a few hours to go visit a friend at, I believe, a pool party in downtown Cumming, and then came back up to the lake house a little bit later.
Was Scott still there when
Yes,
you
ma'am.
arrived back? And did you guys go back to that pool party later
We
that
did.
evening? Tell the jury about that.
After I got back up to the lake house, everybody had kind of started packing up to go home. My mom went home. My sister and my niece and my brother-in-law went home. And I was planning to go back to the pool party, and Scott came with me because it was on his way home. So
What time was that, do you think?
probably around 5:30, 6 o'clock, I'd say.
How long was that drive from your lake house to the pool party?
About half an hour. 20 minutes to half an hour.
How long did you stay at the pool party?
I don't recall how long I stayed. I might have been there a little while.
How long was Scott there for?
Maybe an hour, hour and a half.
He did not stay as long as you
He did
did?
not stay as long as I did, no ma'am.
Did, when Scott, let me go back to the night of the 3rd. When Scott left the night of the 3rd, did he say why he was leaving?
He had gotten a phone call from his mom, and the horses had apparently gotten out, and he needed to go home and take care of that.
Did he tell you why he was leaving the pool party on the 4th?
Just no specific reason, just to go home.
Did you all, when was the next time you heard from him?
I heard from him the following day on, I believe, the 5th, Thursday the 5th.
Okay. Did you guys have plans that day?
We did.
What were your plans?
We were supposed to go meet a friend of ours, club fitter at PGA Superstore down in Roswell to get fitted for custom golf clubs.
Did you end up doing that?
I did, yes.
You did go?
I did go.
Okay. Did you hear from Scott?
All right, guys. So there it is. That's all we needed to hear of this testimony. The rest is about finding it. But the significant part you just heard. Okay, so let's break down what we just heard. And then, like I said, I got school duty. I got to step away for a little bit. Then you're going to hear some background noise when I get back. And I'm back home. So, look, what did we just hear? We just heard that they play golf, which we know they did because the cell phone evidence that they provided us showed that they went there. We have just heard that he leaves and goes to a friend's house. So what did he do after golf? He went to a friend's house. That's what I believe. Now he's added in there, Scott came up to the lake house. Now maybe Scott did go to the lake house. Maybe they did go up to the lake house for a little while. But he leaves and he goes to a pool party. And what it sounds like is this friend here believing that Scott couldn't have done this and wouldn't have done this, and really is not thinking that he's thinking it had to have happened on the 3rd, right? He says, yes, Scott, what I think really occurred, or what we can inference here and put together, is Scott goes to golf, Melody goes to Lake Lanier, they go back to the lake house for a little bit, they split up, he goes to the pool party, Scott comes back later and meets him at the pool party for an hour. During the key time that this fire begins, as per that forensic anthropologist, Scott does not have an alibi. Scott is not accounted for. And let's just say for a minute that he wants to provide himself an alibi because under some theory here we say Gary's dead or the body's there, maybe laying on the burn pile, because there's nobody else on the property. Whatever happened has happened. But that burn pile hasn't been lit yet. It gets lit, as per the forensic anthropologist, somewhere around 1 to 2 o'clock, which falls in line with his testimony that he says they go back up to the lake house, they hang out for a little bit, he leaves, Scott's unaccounted for, goes back and starts that burn pile. And then as you heard, for about 2 to 3 hours, that thing's going to burn really strong. Then after that, the fire would feed off of the fat, which is what she was trying to say, and keep burning, which is why Scott, that's the next place we have to go, because I need to go back, and I don't have time to do it right now, but we'll do it in a little bit. I've got to go back and see what that cell phone analyst said and see what she said about Scott's phone location, because one of two things would happen in this instance. Either what he said happened and occurred, which is that, yeah, he leaves, Scott's up at the lake house, Scott leaves, and he would have left his phone up there for the purpose of knowing that he's about to go start this burn pile, which he wants everyone to believe Gary fell into. Which is what they would be trying to do, which is why if Gary was already gone on the 3rd, and that's why there's no CPAP data, and that's legitimate, and that's very possible. I apologize, guys, for my dog. Hold on. Very apologetic. My dog likes to bark at anybody that walks across the front. Anyways, so but looking at the pieces and not having to speculate or say this is wrong, Gary passes away on the 3rd, and this is or something happens to Gary on the 3rd, somewhere around the 3rd. Or maybe Gary's alive. I don't know. What we know is his cell phone's moving all around. We've always assumed he was dead. But we know the fire doesn't start. So Gary died sometime between 9:32 and, well, we would say definitely he's not alive on the 4th. And whenever that burn pile starts, which is around 1 o'clock on the 4th. That's what we know. We don't know how he died in between. But what we know is whoever put him on the burn pile, it wasn't Melody, which means Melody was not involved in that, which means Melody did not do this alone at a very minimum. And the idea that Scott wasn't available, even if you say his phone's at the lake house, if at that point we're going to assume that one of two things is going on. If Scott's phone would have ended up back at that house, then we would assume that it wasn't intentional, or what I would say, we would assume maybe Gary wasn't dead yet, but we have to assume it's likely Gary's already dead. It's likely Scott's putting things in motion to do things to where Melody's at Lake Lanier, he's at the lake house, he knows his friend's got a pool party to go to. So Scott goes home, starts the fire, burns it up for a couple of hours. Fire dies down to a point to where it's just burning and it's not in any danger to spread, which, as we know by Scott's own admission, if you want, who has experience with burn piles? Scott does. He tells the 911 operator this, right? He's seen bodies on burn piles. He knows how to do it. And then he heads back up, meets up with his friend. They go to the deal. And in Scott's mind, he has an alibi. Melody is the only one that would be on property during that time. And then, like I said, at the last minute, he decides it's either they're working together and he double crosses her, or there's a possibility she says she smelled Gary's cigarette smoke. If we give her credibility and say, could Gary have been alive? What we do know is his phone was walking around that property. And what we do know is that the only basis that Gary died is based on CPAP data that was not read by the proper code, by the proper software. So therefore, for a basis of credibility to establish time of death, I mean, everyone's talking about it like it was that night, but they're assuming that because Rusty says this. But now that we know that the burn pile, burning a body, couldn't have been burning at the time Rusty says that, that statement becomes irrelevant. It becomes not credible. It can't be used for anything. And if you don't believe me, go back and play this testimony back about Scott. And we have a big hole. And we've just walked you through everything. And I've played Scott's testimony. You've heard his testimony. You've seen him leave. Oh, and Cindy, my dog, I think my dog is about, I want to say he's about 13 pounds of ferociousness. He's actually a rescue animal. So for the first 2 years we had him, we did not see this side of him. And he has finally come out of his shell, and he really believes that he is the protector until somebody comes up. And then he's running to the bedroom and he goes under the bed. And then he lets dad and mom take care of things. So he's hilarious. Well, we know Wildflower. We've already established that there wasn't evidence of rolling. There wasn't evidence of any of that. Okay, so what we've established here is that the crime scene is not in a house. It's not around there wasn't evidence around the burn pile of blood, DNA, or anything that would indicate a shooting. Now, there was a rainstorm that came through. Could that have potentially affected things? Possibly. Up around the burn pile, but not inside the house. Well, Cindy, that would have been the citronella. That's why the citronella was used. So whoever did this burn pile thought of everything. And I just really want to get into the minds here of really who in the why would we think that Melody, who didn't like Gary doing burn piles, who didn't have experience with burn piles, who by no testimony had any experience doing anything like that she is suddenly going to just have all this experience with how to cover up smells, how to get him to the burn pile, how to do all of this. It makes no sense. The only thing that makes sense is that either she had help or maybe she wasn't involved at all. But the bottom line is the only evidence that says she did this was Rusty's statement, which the forensic anthropologist destroys any chance that that statement was true. Kim, I don't think we got a complete thought there. So did any one of you listen? Is there something specific you wanted us to listen to? And Brian Bryson makes a great point. A 300-pound man shot twice would have so much more blood than what they found in the house. Where do you think he was shot? Again, my thought is he's either shot by the burn pile, although, again, there's an issue of a lack of physical evidence up there, too. Even though there was a slight rainstorm, that's going to cause it to saturate the ground. And they did forensic, although, again, the investigation was shoddy, but it would not have necessarily washed completely away. There could have been signs up there, but there was none. My thought is again, we go where they didn't go, the barn. That's the only explanation. Because everywhere else it was checked thoroughly. And the barn was not checked. So we have to go there. And since we can't rule it out, it's like if there's 12 rooms in a house and you check all 11, well, again, that is the inference that every prosecutor would stand up and tell you that's circumstantial evidence, right? Circumstance, I would tell you, but I mean, you can infer that that's probably where it happened. So what we can infer is it probably happened in the barn, what would mean that would possibly mean there was a confrontation there by someone. So, well, Beth, here's the problem. If you believe he was burning the burn pile, then you have to understand the part where the forensic anthropologist said that very burn pile that you would have thought he was starting and burning was started after she left the property. So she couldn't have been the one to shoot him. It didn't start on the 3rd. There's no way it could have. The forensic anthropologist, who's an expert on fire, said it was a one burn fire, meaning the body was burned in one pass, that fire could not have started any more than 1:09 p.m. on the 4th. She had already left. She was already going to Target. She was already heading up to Lake Lanier. She has receipts. They have video of her in Target. She is completely exonerated if that is when it happened. And if you believe he was shot at the burn pile, then that exonerates her because she could not have done that. If the gunshot happened at the burn pile, it couldn't have happened. And Marmalade makes a great point. That's exactly correct. In fact, that very fact right there would have made is why Gary probably never wanted to divorce her, because he knows she was rightfully entitled, regardless of cheating or anything like that. Because of those facts, she was entitled under the laws of domestic laws would have absolutely been entitled to have. So says, does anyone think it had to be Ted that helped her with Gary's body because Ted owed Melody $8,000, Gary's money? I don't think there were. I mean, obviously, if they looked into Ted and they saw that Ted was somewhere near the house, maybe we could think that was possible. But I don't think. I think at this point, there's no indication Ted was anywhere close to there or that she called him. And Wildflower says, and the phone call to Rusty was on the 3rd of her saying Gary is on the burn pile. That's correct. It was on the 3rd at 2 a.m. 11 hours before it's even possible that burn pile was burning. So it is impossible, forensically impossible, based on the forensic anthropologist, based on the state's own witness, which is undisputed testimony that is before the jury. There's no way it could have happened. At the time that phone call is happening, that everyone is saying, oh my God, that's the proof of her guilt. It's impossible. And then you go and you say, well, when that burn pile was starting, who was available? The only person available without any witness as to their whereabouts is Scott, which we just proved here with this witness. The state proved it. And with that, I have to leave you guys. I will be back. Hopefully, I'm going to turn it to the verdict stream. You guys talk among yourselves, and I'll be back soon.
the thing at 2 o'clock I had to go to that I hope no one ever has to go through. And when I got back in the office, the bailiffs actually stuck their head in and said that the jurors planning on working till 5 o'clock. I wanted to bring them out and get no information about where they are, but just to tell them that folks in the building start getting nervous at this time, and the captains come up to me about people staying late and securing the building and whether anyone wants to come back tomorrow and those sorts of things. So I'm going to talk to them about that and ask them to give us some idea. I want them to stay in here and work as long as they're going to work. And I'll stay with them as long as they need to. I have not talked to them about the alternates wanting to be called in if they have a verdict, and that from the moment they tell us they have a verdict, when they receive one, that it will be a minimum of 30 minutes before we have it, because I know y'all have family members that are going to want to be here, other folks that have worked on the case. I expect the DA's office is going to reach out to some of the deputies. I believe the sheriff wants to be here. So it's going to be 30 to 45 minutes before we gather everybody here. So if they don't believe they're going to have a verdict this afternoon and they want to work till 5 o'clock, I may tell them that I'm going to cut everybody loose at 4 and they can stay in here and keep working, kind of like we've been doing, and then find out whether they want to come back tomorrow, which I'm going to discourage. But if they want to, that's what I'll do. And then if not, have them report back on Monday. But I'm going to kind of give them that kind of guidance and see what they are doing. I think you have a conflict in the morning or something. Someone told me you had something doing. But I have a conflict for today, but I have multiple conflicts for today, but we are here. I'm going to...
You're not going to encourage them to keep working just tonight until they reach a decision?
Correct. I'm going to let them make that decision. I will stay here with them as late as they want to.
And we will too, Judge.
But they have indicated that they want to break around 5. I want them to tell me that officially. And if they do, I'm going to tell them if they don't have anything by 4, I'm going to cut everyone else loose for the day and they are free to stay here and continue to work. Because, anyway, if that makes, to the extent that that makes sense. All right? Okay, go ahead and bring them in. And if they have any other requests, I would like to go ahead and handle those today, if they do. It must be much warmer in the jury room than it is in the courtroom. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to chat with you a little bit about your deliberations. I am not in any way trying to rush you. I want y'all to take as much time as y'all need on this case. What I want to talk to y'all about is bailiffs came back and told me that y'all wanted to work till about 5 o'clock, which is fine. But I want to talk to you before that to update you on a couple things that I don't think we've talked about since I dismissed y'all to the jury room Wednesday. First, I have When I spoke with the alternate jurors and dismissed them, they are still on call. They all want to be here for the verdict, understandably so. They've invested 4 weeks of their time, so they want to be here when y'all reach a verdict. There are numerous other interested parties, witnesses, family members who also all want to be here when a verdict is reached. Some of them are on site and some of them are off site. It will take no less than 30 minutes up to 45 minutes for us to get everyone here for the verdict. So I want y'all to understand that there will be a delay once y'all reach a verdict and the reasons for it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this is about the time of day and week where folks in the building start getting nervous. Not because of y'all, but because they have to start getting in people to keep the building open. People think I have a lot of control. I have very little control. I have significant powers of persuasion, but I have to get permission from court staff to keep the building open. I have to let the people at the county commissioner's office to let them know that we're going to keep the building open. We have to talk to the person who regulates the thermostat to either keep it on or off or turn it down or whatever. So I want y'all to continue to work here this afternoon and this evening as long as you want to. I would like to, at some point, to be able to tell court staff whether we need to stay, they need to have additional personnel on call to come in and keep the building open and notify anybody else that may happen, and whether or not, so I want y'all to kind of assess for yourselves whether y'all are close or not, whether y'all want to continue to work throughout the afternoon, whether y'all want to break around 5 o'clock, whether y'all want to keep going till about 6 o'clock or later. Again, whenever, I'll be here till 2:30 if that's what you want. All right, the lawyers will also do the same. They are not in a rush to leave. They want y'all to take as much time as you want. So I'm just letting you know, you tell us what you're going to do, we will make appropriate action. If y'all do not believe that you are close to reaching a verdict today, but you want to stay and work till 5 or 6 or 7, that is perfectly fine, kind of like last night. I would tell them, you know, we'll come back on Monday if y'all reach a verdict tonight or tomorrow. So that would be the other thing, is I have kept the building open on Saturday. I've had many juries come back on Saturday morning and deliberate. I'm not going to encourage that, but I will go along with that if that's in fact what you want to do. When we've had juries come back on Saturday, a lot of times they want to come back at 10 and work from 10 to 2 and then take the rest of the afternoon off. Again, that is up to you, but what I would like for y'all to do is kind of go back, talk among yourselves, and give me some report to the best that you can, what y'all would like to do for the rest of today, whether y'all anticipate maybe getting a verdict tonight, whether you do not anticipate getting a verdict tonight, whether you want to come back tomorrow if you're going to continue to work, or whether you want to come back on Monday. Is that somewhat clear? All right, if y'all could do that, and y'all can just give me a report in writing to the bailiff, and then I'll inform the lawyers. If y'all want to continue to deliberate, do not believe that y'all would get a verdict today, I would probably tell the lawyers and the family that they could be excused around 4 o'clock. If there's any questions or evidence that y'all want to review today, let us know in the next 30 minutes, and then we will do that, and then we will excuse whoever for the day, okay? So if y'all would do that and then give me a report back, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. All right, any issues with any of that? All right, we'll hang loose until we get some report from them, and then I'll update y'all, and I'll give y'all some suggested course of action.
Do you want us to hang loose here and you'll just come back and tell us, or you want to raise it?
I'll bring y'all back in a
Okay, then I'll just.
There you go. I mean, I know the folks in the back are going to want to know too, because they have the watch party going on online. Watch party.
Who has? There's people?
Somebody's hosting a verdict watch. Something. I'm quite astounded, actually. Yeah, it's,
Carolina just like you always said we would. And packed your bags in that old 4Runner that I bought you when things were good. I'm glad to see the stop sign didn't hit you, bring you back to your senses. Oh, it waved you gone goodbye. Yeah, it waved you gone goodbye. I heard you found yourself a brand new man, put a rock on your finger and he vowed you a second chance. Built a house right by the coast, that ocean view is beautiful, but baby, I just want you to know he don't know you like I did. Money talks, but I ain't buying. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Seen your mama walking out the county market and I stopped to ask her how she's been. Said she's missing you and tried to go convincing you not to settle down with him. She ain't wrong, the whole town knows that you had a bed of roses, but girl, you couldn't walk that line. You can act like you do it fine. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. You don't wanna fall in love. You don't wanna fall in love. Heard you moved out to South Carolina just like you always said we would.
All right. It's my understanding y'all want to go ahead and break for the day and resume deliberations on Monday at 9 o'clock. Is that correct? And that's perfectly fine. I'm sure y'all are tired. I know I am. I will tell y'all, just similarly as I was telling you before I dismissed y'all about gathering folks up, that's going to be an issue. I have an additional issue next week in that I have court scheduled every day for an entire day for the entire week. That's not your problem and not your concern, and it's not the first time I'll be juggling a jury and other matters. It will just take time for me to, because I don't think we have a free courtroom for me to use for my other calendar. So it'll be me sending whoever's in the courtroom out and then bringing whoever needs to be here for whatever we're taking up with y'all in. But that should not, don't let that impact anything y'all are doing other than what I've told you about. If you have multiple questions, multiple things you want to review, do that. It'll take somewhere around 30 minutes for us to get everybody back in here to do those things. So continue to work while you're doing that, or it's a good time for y'all to take a break, go get coffee, stretch your legs, whatever. It is, again, critical, and this is probably the most dangerous moment, especially in a case of this nature in terms of somebody communicating and reaching out to you. We have obscured your information so nobody knows outside who you are. My bigger concern are the people who know you, who are part of your inner circle that knows that y'all are in this case. Do not let them talk to you about the case at all. To the extent you can stay home and sleep and watch college football tomorrow. I don't have my cup. But to the extent y'all can do that and stay away and out of public eye, that would be fantastic. If something happens, remove yourself from the situation immediately. Let the bailiffs know first thing, and we will talk to you and address it first thing. As long as you immediately remove yourself from the situation, no one says anything of significance to you, that's fine, and I know that you're not going to intentionally do that. But, again, be especially careful if you use social media. Be very careful if you're on it over the weekend. If you like to review news, this has been picked up by local news, been picked up by Atlanta station news, and it's been picked up by various national news media organizations, including the folks that are in the room in the back. So just be especially careful. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Look up anything about the case. Look up anything about the law. I'm not going to say, like I said, if you're watching Law and Order or something like that, that's fine. Just remember that what they're talking about may or may not have anything to do with the law in Georgia or how things work here. Y'all are free to go back and deliberate as long as you want to for the rest of the day, or be dismissed for the end of the day. I'm not going to give you any additional instructions or make you come back in here. Any questions, comments, concerns about anything from y'all? All right. Y'all can be excused. Have a good weekend. Go Dogs. All right, and with that, y'all can just be on call starting at 9:30, like we have done the last couple of days, and I'll let you know when we know anything. All right. And if anyone wants to file Rule 22s for my non-jury civil calendar on Monday, y'all are welcome to.
Carolina just like you always said we would. And packed your bags in that old 4Runner that I bought you when things were good. I'm glad to see the stop sign didn't hit you, bring you back to your senses. Oh, it waved you gone goodbye. Yeah, it waved you gone goodbye. I heard you found yourself a brand new man, put a rock on your finger and he vowed you a second chance. Built a house right by the coast, that ocean view is beautiful, but baby, I just want you to know he don't know you like I did. Money talks, but I ain't buying. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Seen your mama walking out the county market and I stopped to ask her how she's been. Said she's missing you and tried to go convincing you not to settle down with him. She ain't wrong, the whole town knows that you had a bed of roses, but girl, you couldn't walk that line. You can act like you do it fine. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. You don't wanna fall in love. You don't wanna fall in love. Heard you moved out to South Carolina just like you always said we would.
Alrighty, everybody, I'm back. And, well, it looks like court's done for the weekend. Who would have thought that? I thought they would have, oops, hold on. I got to turn myself off in the background here. Hold on one moment. Guys, I had my phone on earlier that I was listening to everything, and didn't realize I had not turned it off, so I was hearing myself. But judge is sending, or it looks like the jury's going to go home today. With the feed already being off, he offered to send them home at 4. They opted to do that. So what does that tell us about their deliberations? Number one, it tells us they are obviously far from a verdict. It tells us they're divided. It tells us that they're tired. It tells us that they want to take a few days to think about this among themselves because they're probably not getting along great back there, and they want a break. So that's very interesting. I can tell you right now where we're at in deliberations. As I said, today is Friday. The deliberations began, what was it, Wednesday? And we had 2 hours of deliberations on Wednesday, about 8 hours of deliberations yesterday. So we're probably at about, 18, almost going on 16, 17, 18 hours. We are definitely well beyond the expected time of deliberations. I thought for certain there'd be a verdict today. There hasn't been one. We got questions about the statute, how to understand the law, because I think they're struggling back there with wanting to make sure that they fully understand what the law says, what it doesn't say. Because I think the only reason why I would think they're doing that is because of the fact that they believe that that she's involved in some way, and they're trying to figure out if whatever level of involvement some of them think she's involved with, does it fit any of those crimes? So, but I think, look, we're at a point right now where it would be considered favorable to the defense when you have an extended deliberation. It's always favorable to the defense the longer a jury goes, because that means that the jury's struggling and there's doubt. So, as you know, earlier we were talking, we were leading things up and tightening the noose around Scott's neck, in the sense that we were showing that his friend does not provide him an alibi. He's got a wide open gap in the afternoon of when he could have returned during the time that the fire would have been set. And remember, for those of you who say Rusty's phone call is still significant because she said he's on the burn pile, didn't say she lit it on fire. Well, somebody lit that burn pile on fire. And if it wasn't Melody, then it had to be Scott. And the problem is at that point, if she's not the one lighting them on fire, if Scott's involved in this thing, if there's somebody she has help, then we have a second person. And we don't know what the circumstances of how Gary Farris died. We don't know if she became aware of it and chose not to say anything. We don't know if she caused the death. We know the death couldn't have happened inside the house. We know that there's no evidence anywhere on the property that was searched, at least that stands out, that says this is where it happened. We know there's a barn where Scott lived, where 38 caliber weapon or bullets are, that wasn't searched, wasn't processed. And we know that is the more, in my opinion, the likely place where this went down by process of elimination. If you search everywhere else and you have one area that's not searched, now if everywhere had been searched, we just say, well, somebody must have done a good job cleaning it up, or the rain came in and cleaned it up near the burn pile. But because of faulty police work, because the police didn't do their job, they did not eliminate all doubt. So the question is, now, Mary Conn, you said no, Gary had the fire going? Okay. So was Gary alive on the afternoon of the 4th, Mary? Because the forensic anthropologist, go back and watch, I played the testimony. The forensic anthropologist, fire expert, said that it was that the burning of the body was a one-time fire, and that fire to which he was burned up in had to have started no later than 1:09 p.m. 1:09 p.m. on the day of July 4th. If you're going to go and believe that he was shot at the burn pile after the fire started, then you have exonerated Melody Farris as being the person that shot him. Give me one moment. Thank you. Then that's fine. We'll go there. So everybody that wants to say he was shot at the burn pile, great, say that. But understand what you're saying. You're saying that fire then, the fire that burned his body up, if that's how he gets on the burn pile, doesn't start until 1:09 p.m. or later. You have exonerated Melody Farris as being the shooter. So everybody that wants to go out and do that, everyone that's saying that in all the chats all over the internet right now. Now, again, I don't know why the defense didn't pound this home. I don't know why they didn't take that and say that witness is absolutely the witness, because, of course, they're not present in these chats, and no one is saying that Melody shot him at the burn pile. And perhaps that's why the state wasn't willing to go there. The state has to put this crime inside the house because they know that if they were to have come with that theory, if they were to come with that theory, that's where this could go. All right, apologize, guys, for the background noise. I did not realize I have my things on, and my son had come and put his iPad behind where I'm at, and I was not hearing it. It was at low levels, but when I muted, I heard him, and he likes to do that. Anyways, let me know if it comes back on. So that is a big problem. I think it's just flying right over everyone's head, the significance of this forensic anthropologist. I think it's a crime that the defense didn't make that a hallmark part of their closing, because it didn't pound this thing home. It didn't turn that witness into their favor, because that witness said it. We watched it. You heard it. It was played earlier today. Go back and watch it. I have it on video. When it was aired, but go back so you can watch. I don't know if it's Dr. Pope or anthropologist Pope or what she would call herself, but she says there's no way that fire would have started from, no problem, Kimberly, no problem. That there's no way that the fire could have started before 1:09 p.m., 24 hours before. It could have started a little earlier. It could have burned 16 hours, but it was not burning longer than 24 hours. Why did the investigators mention? Well, because I guess the citronella smell was supposed to be to cover up the to cover up the smell of the body. So I think perhaps that was to explain why Scott or other people wouldn't have smelled a burning body. Didn't check the fire because there wasn't a fire on the 3rd. That's what we proved. And if there was a fire on the 3rd, it was not the fire that burned up Gary. Because again, you've got to go back to that forensic anthropologist expert, and you got to look at it and you got to say, okay, what did she say? What she said that was key here is that if there was a fire, it wasn't that fire, because this was a one burn fire. In other words, that body was burned one time, and it was burned in the fire that was still burning, that was still present. So when that body made it on the fire, it would have been when it started no earlier than 1:09 p.m. on the 4th, which again, step into that. Go ahead and tell me how she got the body to the burn pile, because if you tell me he was there, I'm going to tell you she wasn't there. And that's what the evidence shows. And you just exonerated her. You've just exonerated her. And you've just implicated the only person who doesn't have an individual on earth who could see him during the time that fire had to start. And that would be Scott Farris. And again, investigators had this evidence. Why have they not questioned him on it? The defense did, although the defense put this thing and said, you shot him in the barn on the night of the 3rd, which doesn't make any sense because they already, or maybe it was, well, Mary S. Hart, the evening the grandchildren went into the hot tub, that was the 4th. The burn, the burn pile, more likely than not, had already been ignited, had already started. Here's when it happened. This is the most logical time that it happened. It did not, it was burning. That burn pile was still burning because neighbors smelled it. On the early evening, they were smelling the burn pile burning. And they thought at first it was, the lady had said, I set him down and said, go over here. And he said, no, it has to be coming over here. And that was the direction of Farris property. And that was on the 4th. And in fact, when I heard that testimony, I was like, oh, she's a witness. I didn't realize the significance of any of this until I got to the end and started piecing it all together. But then I heard that and I said, wait a minute. So the burn pile was burning continuously for 48 hours and somebody had to be on that fire for 48 hours. Turns out it wasn't clicking because none of it was making sense with the way the state and everybody was saying this happened. They're saying something that couldn't have happened. They're saying that this fire starts on the 3rd, but they don't answer why their own expert says it couldn't have. The defense at least brought it up, but they didn't bring it up as one of their fertilizer bags. I don't know why they didn't. That is the most compelling piece of evidence. That is the piece of evidence that blows this case wide open. Because, first of all, it destroys Rusty's statement. It shows you what Rusty's statement is. And then when you look at the facts surrounding Rusty's statement, the way it came out, the way he was essentially, for all practical purposes, intimidated into making it. It's bad police work. I guarantee you put an expert on there for interrogations and the way they did it, they'd say that was terrible. And then the fact that Rusty gave nothing corroborates what Rusty said. The experts don't corroborate what Rusty said. Okay? No one does. And then Rusty goes and tries to confuse Melody by, remember the date of the 3rd? And she doesn't remember whether it was the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. Hell, we saw that earlier today. I played that when the business partner was on there. He didn't know when he was confused. He thought the 5th, he thought the Friday was the 5th. He said, when I'm looking at the calendar, I'm realizing where everything's at. So you have that, but it blows that up. And then it blows up the fact that if you believe that the way she got him on the burn pile was she shot him at the burn pile and the fire hadn't started yet. And that means Gary would have had to have been alive at 1 p.m. Well, how do you explain that? Because he wasn't on a CPAP machine, but we all know the data wasn't actually read by the correct program that would read the data. They're just going off of what's on the screen, which I don't discount that that's not accurate of when it was last used, but the data wasn't read. And I know from being a CPAP user myself that it connects via Wi-Fi and everything else. So sometimes data doesn't transfer. Sometimes, there's been times that I've had full days just not there. So the CPAP is not the greatest, most reliable way to say when he died or not. And then you go, well, Gary's phone's moving all over the property. Well, it's moving all over the property until close to when the burn pile starts. And then Melody leaves. And then you have the call between Melody and Scott, which isn't really explained why they talked to each other at around 12. I always thought that was the switching of the shift when we thought we had a continuous burn pile from late at night, but we find out we didn't. We found out it wasn't forensically possible that was going on at that time. And then we find out that the burn pile, the fire that started, that burned up Gary's body, couldn't have started prior to 1 o'clock. That when it got roaring, it was at least 1 o'clock or later, sometime in the afternoon on the 4th. Now we find out, well, Mary S. Art, I will not agree that that's weird, because I will tell you, when my father passed, it took us 6 months to get his autopsy results. Now, a year might seem, but in these homicide-like cases, they get backed up, and even in regular cases. So that's not necessarily unusual, because I was told that sometimes, when I was talking to the medical examiner's office when my father passed away, because he was passed away alone, it required an autopsy. And they said that could take anywhere from 6 to 18 months. And they told me that in some cases where it's where there's an unknown stuff about the death, it could take up to 2 years. So that's still in the wheelhouse, even though it does seem kind of long. The medical examiner's office in a lot of states are underfunded, and there's toxicology reports that have to come back. And then in this case, there's a lot that goes into it, because there was only 35 pounds of remains left. So there was a lot they had to do to analyze it and figure it all out. So that I'm not necessarily concerned about the length of the autopsy. But like I said, what I'm concerned with is this timeline that we have now, and when things started, and when witnesses said they saw a burn fire. No one smelled a burn fire on the 3rd. The only person that puts a burn fire on the 3rd is Scott. And then Melody suspiciously does, but it's also very possible she could have had the nights confused. But if you play back those statements, because the investigators are saying, you have this roaring burn fire outside, or burn pile out there, and it turns out that she couldn't have. Forensically, she couldn't have. And everybody just accepted it. And we heard it. We heard it. Now, what I'm playing back is because there was a question earlier, which was, did they cover Scott's geofencing location on the afternoon of the 4th? And that's what we're going to listen to, and it'll be a good opportunity to listen to one more time where the whole family was on the night of the 3rd into the 4th. And yes, there are some suspicious things. There are credit cards being used. There are things that indicate something was going on the night of the 3rd. I don't dispute that. But it's also possible, pay attention to one of the text messages that's shown, which seems to indicate that the card she used at 12:30 to reload the Straight Talk might have been already loaded on the account. I don't know. But yes, there are some weird things. There is some stuff that she was talking. It's also possible that the outlier here that caused those conversations might have been completely unrelated to Gary's death, even though it happened at the same time. And it might have been due to the granddaughter coming the next day and her knowing that, and her being up preparing the room, because there have been people staying there the previous weekend, and she wanted to get the house ready. So she was vacuuming and doing all the things she told investigators. Anyways, let's take a listen here.
Sorry, can you move the mic?
And it lasted 1 minute and 5 seconds in duration.
And that's on her personal cell phone, the one that she communicates with family on?
Correct.
And that is where the phone's location is when that call is taken from
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Okay. That's Scott's phone number?
Correct.
In this pink section here?
Yes.
Okay. All right, at 11:28, what are we looking at there?
This is a phone call from Melody to Rusty on the 1987 phone, and it lasts 4 minutes and 58 seconds.
Okay, and that's about 40 minutes after she talks to Scott, right? Okay, then at 11:30, what do we have there?
This is a phone call from Scott to Melody at 11:30 p.m. And no duration.
No duration. What does that typically mean?
The phone call did not connect.
Kathy, that wasn't until the next day at around, I believe it was around, you're going to see it here, but I believe it was around noon on the 4th. It was when the phone stopped connecting or didn't have any further, or maybe, no, actually it was the evening of the 4th. I apologize. It's the evening of the 4th, and then it was pinging, as you see, the geolocation of it was right near in the area it would have been found in the house. So, but I think it was like 6 o'clock in the evening. It went off, which is what she explains. That means it either lost battery, went on airplane mode, but it lost contact with the towers.
And what are we looking at here down in the bottom, this map?
Again, this is the location of Scott Farris's telephone during that attempted call at 11:30 p.m.
And that's and the Purcell Lane is within that tower.
That's correct.
So at 10:52, the phone's location is in the pink up there, and then by 11:30, it appears he's in the area of the home.
That's correct.
Okay. And what is this slide?
This is a call at 11:34 p.m. Melody to Scott, and it lasts 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
And that below is Scott's phone's location, which the home appears to be within that location?
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's start at the bottom here. Well, hang on, let's go back. So this is about 10 minutes later. What's this bottom call right here?
This is a phone call at 11:45 p.m. on July 3rd. This is Melody calling Rusty, and it lasts 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 5 seconds.
At 11:45, okay. So the graph above it, it's titled Melody's Activity. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at?
This is a graph showing activity markers for the time span of 6 o'clock p.m. to 11:48 p.m. on July 3rd. The two different colors show different types of measurement of activity that are found in the cell phone extraction of Melody Farris.
And it ended at 11:48. So while this phone call was being made, is that just when the measurement ended?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So now we're in the early morning of July 4th at 12:14 a.m. What is this?
This is a message from a short message service from the number 611612 code. I'm sorry, it's a message to Melody from 2166 message service for Straight Talk Wireless.
And is that 611612 the content of that message?
Correct.
Okay. I know there's a couple of numbers, so I wanted to delineate. So the 21663 is essentially the number that the phone is communicating with. And then the 611612 is the content of that message.
Correct.
Okay. And then what's the next message down there in the middle?
So again, at 12:14, it's another message, and this is from the short message service for Straight Talk Wireless to Melody, in which it states, for more info about Straight Talk Wireless, Straight Talk services or products, please visit http://straighttalk.com or call 1-877-430-2355.
Which phone were these messages on?
Any text message would be on the personal family phone. So these are on the personal phone.
Okay. And then the phone call at 12:15 is on which phone?
Also the personal family phone, 9029.
Okay. And this phone call with Rusty is about an hour and 14 minutes, which would end, not great at math, almost at 1 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So this is while she's on the other phone with Rusty.
Correct.
And we're still on the early morning of July 4th. This is a second call to Straight Talk at 12:20. Here's the other side. 12:15.
Correct.
And then a second call about 4 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. And then the next the next message at 12:24 from Straight Talk, confirmation. Thank you for adding airtime.
Correct.
What are we looking at 12:24 a.m.?
This is a email that is found in the phone extraction of Gary Farris's telephone. It is a notification from his bank, which he was receiving alerts for. from Wells Fargo in which it's an alert stating there was a transaction to Straight Talk airtime in the amount of $36.28.
And that went to Gary's email address and you found this alert in his cell phone extraction.
Correct.
Okay. In the cell phone extraction for his email account, when you were looking for this financial alert, did any other financial alerts involving Straight Talk appear?
They did not.
This was the only Straight Talk alert that you found in Gary's email.
Correct.
And what, can you read that card number for me into the record?
Card ending in 0078.
And then at 2:20 a.m., what do we have there?
This is a call from Melody to Rusty, lasting duration 35 minutes, 47 seconds.
So that ends about 2:55 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. On the morning of July 4th.
Yes.
All right. What are we looking at 5:52 a.m.?
This is a location of Gary Farris's handset based upon the Google location records. This is the date of July 4th, 2018, and the time is 5:52 a.m. And the radius shown here, the certainty that Google provides of this location is 11 meters.
So that covers a portion of outside and then a portion of the house, that bottom portion of the house. And we have kind of a clearer photo. Looks like it kind of covers this back area right there.
Correct.
$6:12, what do we have there?
This is a call, 6:12 a.m., Scott Farris to Melody Farris, lasting 9 seconds in duration.
And the morning of, at 6:21, morning of July 4th, what is this?
Again, this is an alert notification from Wells Fargo to Gary's email. And this is an alert stating the card ending in 0078 was used at a ATM location in Freehome for the amount of $80.
And at 6:24, what are we looking at there?
Again, this is a handset precision location of Gary Farris's device. This is at 6:24 a.m. and the certainty of this location is 31 meters.
And so a large portion of that is the woods, and then it barely touches the side of the house. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And at 6:29, what do we have right there?
This is a call from Melody Farris to Rusty for the duration of 20 seconds at 6:29 on July 4th.
On the 1987 phone.
Correct.
And so that was at 6:29 a.m., 20 seconds, and then at 6:30, what do we have there?
We have another call, Melody to Rusty, and this is 59 minutes and 44 seconds in duration.
And at 6:32, we moved to some of Scott's conversations. What do we have there?
This is a text message thread located in Scott's phone extraction. This is Scott to Ted at 6:32 a.m. saying y'all up.
And then Scott says what? Well, Ted says what?
Ted replies at 6:34, yes, sir.
And then what does Scott say?
Scott replies at 6:34, I'm on my way.
What are we looking at 6:37 a.m.?
This again is a Google precision location of Gary Farris's device at 6:37. You see the lines coming from this area. This is showing repeat measures of this device at these different times of 6:37, 6:43, and 7:21, all in the same 11-meter certainty.
Were there more I don't know what you call them. What do you call like this point?
This is the circle within the circle is the exact latitude and longitude provided in the records for the Google location.
So you listed 3. Were there more than 3 for that location?
In this time frame, there were not.
Okay, so the time frame between 6:37 and 7:20, these are the 7:21. These are the only 3.
Correct.
Okay. And then beyond 7:21, were there more?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we kind of go back to Scott, and at 6:40, tell the jury what they're looking at here on this slide.
This is showing Scott's cell site location for his device at 6:40 a.m. and at 6:46 a.m. And the tower here, as you can see, it's showing you that pi, the sector of the tower, the face of the tower that this call was transmitted from. This call text message data point of the device, some transmission, in which these 2 transmissions occur at 6:40 a.m. and 6:46 a.m. And on the right-hand side is drive time to the physical location of that cell tower. And I mapped it back to this exact day and time. And just to show, typically, drive time to that tower location is typically, we'll say 8 to 14 minutes away from that location of the residence.
So at the latest, Scott left the house at 6:32. Is that the latest, if we're talking shortest amount of time to get to that location?
Based upon that calculation.
The 8 to 12 minutes, okay. And then he hits at 6:40. 6 minutes later, he's in a different sector in a different tower further away in Sawney Mountain.
Correct.
Okay, at 7:58 through 9:05, what are we looking at there?
This is showing, again, the Google location, precision location of Gary's handset during these times. And they do overlap based upon the certainty of the meters provided. So at 7:58, we have an 11-meter precision location. At the next data point is at 8:21, which is much larger at 21 meters. And then the next data point is at 9:05 a.m., which is 10 meters.
So for this time frame, were there more data points than the 3 that you're showing?
These are the only ones during this time frame.
Okay. And on the right side, what are we showing the jury there?
This is phone activity, phone calls. At 8:17 a.m., Melody calls Rusty, and they speak for 2 minutes, 17 seconds. And again at 9:03 a.m., Melody to Rusty for 10 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay, so on the left side, you have 9:05 to 11:16. Is that the only data point for that time frame for Gary's handset?
Again, yes, these are repeat data points with the same certainty during that time frame.
And on the right side, what are you showing there?
This is phone activity. This is at 9:13 a.m. Amanda to Melody on the personal family phone, calling. They speak for 3 minutes and 54 seconds. At 9:17, Melody calls Rusty on the 1987 phone for 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Again, at 10:18 a.m. on the 1987 phone, Melody calls Rusty for 3 minutes and 49 seconds. And again, at 10:39, Melody calls Rusty for 6 minutes and 21 seconds.
So the call with...
That's correct.
Okay, and we're still on the morning of July 4th at 11:28. What is this?
This is a call from Melody to Rusty at 11:28 a.m. for 19 minutes and 7 seconds.
And Amanda texts Melody and says what at 11:28 a.m.?
We are headed towards the house to gather our things, and we're going to head to the islands.
What does Melody say back?
Okay, gotta get a quick shower, been working.
Amanda to Melody in the bottom.
Okay, Addison keeps texting Cameron.
Melody to Amanda at 11:39 a.m. And then she texts her one more time.
call you in a few.
Okay. So the bottom half of this screen, you're showing what?
This is at 11:43 a.m. Gary's handset precision location moved from the previous that you saw to this location.
So this 905 location, it moved, that's at 905, and then this is few hours later, it moved to that location.
From 9:05 to 11:16 a.m.
Oh. Was that the range of the other
Right.
one?
Right
Okay,
here.
this location.
From
I see.
9:05 to 11:16, the device continuously hits in this location with the same amount of certainty that you see depicted there.
And then
from 11:43 to 6:24 p.m. on July 4th, this is the repeat location with the same amount of certainty.
why do you have an asterisk after 6:24 p.m.?
This is the last data point of location from Google for Gary's device at 6:24 p.m.
Ever?
Correct.
So does that mean, what are the possibilities of why that would end?
The phone battery could have died. The handset cannot reach any signals at this point or any transmissions.
Like powered off or died, or some reason it's just not getting any signals?
Correct.
So like would airplane mode do that?
No transmission to the device of
Okay.
any sort of location services at this point.
Okay. 12:05 on July 4th. What do we start with there?
This is a call from Scott to Melody for 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
And then Amanda sends, it looks like Amanda sends Melody her location.
Correct.
And then what is the message that goes along with that location?
At 12:10, Amanda says to Melody, parked by the pier where we always walk in, tap on my location and your phone GPS will take you there.
And at 12:11, what does Melody say?
Alrighty, I'll try it. I'm not tech savvy.
12:12, Amanda back.
Haha, it will open when you press it, then hit go.
And then she sends her another message.
So it's 15 to get on the island, 10 to get to beach access because it's the holiday.
Okay. And then Melody says to Amanda at 12:20.
Okay.
All right. And then at 12:28.
Melody calls Rusty for a duration of 21 minutes, 13 seconds.
12:29. Conversation continues with Amanda.
Amanda tells Melody, bring a chair if you have one. We're running back to the house to get ours.
And then you can keep reading.
Okay. A lot more people, but we got a nice spot with the pop-up tent.
Okay. And then Melody says what?
Don't think I have one.
12:31.
You have that lounger. It's heavy though. We will have 3. Cameron can sit on the sand. Ha.
And that's Amanda to Melody.
Correct.
What do we have at 12:45 p.m.?
Addie sent a text message to Melody at 12:45 p.m. Is a sleepover at your house tonight still on?
Melody says it looks like accidentally to Amanda.
Melody says to Amanda at 12:46, yes, sweetie, it's fine.
And then, sorry, meant for Addison, and then actually replies to Addison.
Yes.
Okay, yes, sweetie, it is 12:46. Addison, what does she say back to Melody?
Okay, great.
12:47.
This is an indication in Melody's device that the Maps application is initiated.
And Amanda texts Melody at 1:01.
They are asking if they can go to your house tonight. Told Chris that was your decision.
What does Melody say back?
Told Addison yes.
Okay, and then Melody to Amanda at 1:16.
Stopped at Target to get chair.
Okay. And what are we looking at here for 1:16 p.m.?
This is the location, the cell site location of the 1987 telephone at 1:16 p.m. in which the tower is located over the Beaufort Highway area.
Up towards the lake.
Correct.
And away from the property.
Correct.
Okay. So this is for the 4th. It looks like from 7:24 a.m. to 2:44 p.m. What are we looking at here?
Again, these are activity measurements during this time frame, in which the graph has peaks and valleys showing indications of activity.
Okay. So there's a couple of peaks around 9:23 a.m. and then 10:15-ish a.m. Okay, what are we looking at on this slide? This looks like Scott's activity from 9 p.m. on the 3rd to July 4th at 7 a.m.
Yes, these are activity measurements for Scott's device found in his cell phone extraction for the time frame of July 3rd, 9 p.m. to July 4th at 7 a.m.
So we know that the call to Melody was at 11:34. That was in the area of the home.
Correct.
And then doesn't look like we really see activity again until about 5:52 a.m.
Correct.
And then what are we looking at here?
This is Scott Farris's activity measurements from July 4th to July 5th morning, 8 p.m. on July 4th to 10 a.m. on July 5th.
Okay. So about between 11:24 and it looks like 12 a.m., no activity until the morning around 8:22 a.m.
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
This is just a record from Gary Farris's email records within his cell phone extraction, in which emails were indicated as read or unread. This shows the last status of read in the device was at 2:05 p.m. on July 3rd, 2018.
And we know that his phone location had him going out to dinner between, I would say, around the hours of like 8 and 9 p.m. So he doesn't read any of those either, right? So they remain unread up till about 9 p.m. But then the rest are also unread, and
Correct.
they go all the way to July 4th at 11:09 a.m.
Correct. These are all in the status of unread in the device.
Okay. Ms. Harris, what are we looking at on this slide?
So I conducted an analysis of the communication between Melody and Rusty, and in particular, I focused my efforts on the time span of July 2nd to July 5th, based upon the information in the investigation, and I went to a further time span in the telephone relationship to see if there was anything that was odd or uncommon within this time frame per the investigation and the totality of their communication. So I noticed these hours of 11 p.m. to about almost 3 a.m. In the totality of their communication were odd, or outliers, if you will. So I pulled all calls between Melody and Rusty for 6 months, and I created this graph that places the frequency of the calls by time of day. So as you see here, in the hour of 9 a.m., there's 295 calls in that 6-month period.
So the small number on each dot is the number of calls that appear around that time.
In the totality of that 6-month time.
In the totality of the 6 months, okay.
That's correct.
So I want to go down here to this box, and I think that says 13?
Correct.
And what time frame is that?
That is military time for 11 o'clock p.m.
So 2300.
Correct.
Okay. And then you have a red box around 0, which is midnight?
Correct.
Okay. And then that number is 3.
Correct.
And then one right before 1 a.m. and one right before 2 a.m.?
Right
Is
at
that
2 a.m., yes, right.
okay?
And the time at the bottom here for the hour of the day is in Eastern time. That Rusty and Melody were in 2 different time zones. So this is from the analysis of Melody's records in Eastern time zone.
So our time zone.
Correct.
So the total number of the calls in the red is what?
Let's see, 18.
Okay. Are these all 18 of those calls?
This is each of those 18
contacts
during that time span of 11 p.m. to 3 a.m.
So you have all of those 18 that were in the red, you pulled them together and just listed them right here.
In the red boxes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I wanted to see if there was anything common on these days of why this contact is different at these times of nights.
So the bottom 3, what dates were those?
Those are 2 on July 3rd, 1 on July 4th, 2018.
What are the times for the July 3rd calls?
23:28 or 11:28 p.m., 23:45 or 11:45 p.m., and 2:20 a.m. on July 4th.
So the call at 11:28 p.m. was about 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 58 seconds.
Correct.
So that's the duration of the call. And then the next call was 1 hour and 14 minutes.
Yes.
And then the last one on July 4th was 35 minutes.
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
So this is sort of a breakdown of the analysis of what you just saw in that 6-month time span of January 2018.
All right, so just want to jump in here. I was playing the analysis of Rusty's calls. I wanted to get that in there to demonstrate. Yes, there are some irregularities, obviously, and some concerns about the call patterns that happened on that day. But what we were really playing this for is, as you saw here, and I guess I need to play it through just to prove that there's not a mention of it at all, and we will, but I wanted to point out why we're listening to this, whether or not there was any discussion or evidence put forth in this witness, and maybe it exists, about the location of Scott or his phone on the afternoon of the 4th, and there was none. Now, you saw, if you should have seen and you were looking, Scott clearly has a lot of activity all the way up until about 8, 9 o'clock, which would be well consistent with what that anthropologist said would be happening with that fire. That fire would have burned strong. Somebody would have been over there tending it. He perhaps was tending to some of the animals, and then eventually it would begin, kind of feeding off of itself for a few hours, burning up its fatty tissue and things of that nature, continuing to burn strong, and then eventually simmering out to where it was at about 1 o'clock the day of the 4th, when the investigators were there taking temperatures and investigating. So again, there is one person in this story who does not have his whereabouts accounted for at the very time that this fire is going to start. And again, I understand the reaction here by many people out here, because I'm watching the reaction in the comments and people are getting very upset. But I'm just presenting what was presented in the trial. It's funny. I mean, some people's reactions to say this is a conspiracy theory. It's not a conspiracy theory at all. It's what the evidence says. And I'm sorry that you don't like the evidence, what the evidence is. This is exactly why when juries are instructed, they're instructed, do not deliberate, do not consider, do not think about, do not come to a conclusion. When you do, you will get so wrapped around it, you will develop biases. And that's exactly what happens. And that's what's happened in this case with many, many people. They can't get past the affairs. And again, maybe she was trying to poison them. This was a toxic relationship that was going on probably far longer than it should have. And it comes up to this point. But there were a lot of people around this scenario besides her that also had problems. Remember what day the Walmart receipt got introduced into evidence? I believe that would have been through possibly one of the investigators. I'm not certain. But I believe it's discussed, or maybe it's a closing arguments. I believe it may have been the lead investigator when that got put in, because it was found in the search of receipt of the house and stuff. Hold on one second. All right, so that was my son bringing his dancing cactus into the room that he got here, and he's playing with it. Wonderful. Daddy! All right, hold on one second. Anyways, so the Walmart receipts, I believe, came in. I could be wrong on that. I'd have to go back and look, but I'm not 100% certain. But the bottom line is, look, when you go back and look at this, nobody can answer how she got him on the burn pile. And if the answer is she shot him, like I was saying, like everyone's been saying, then that's a big problem, because that means he couldn't have reached that burn pile to be shot, put on it, and burn him until after 1:09 p.m. on the 4th, and she wasn't there. Truth for us, the Walmart receipt found in her car. Okay. Yeah. Remember, the Walmart receipt was for items that were bought on the 5th. She went and bought things on the 5th with that credit card, which is why it leads me to believe that at some level, again, it doesn't exonerate her from being involved in this. I mean, there is, but the point is, there are multiple theories that extend out, and in reality, if you're sitting on a jury with this type of a situation, with this evidence sitting in front of you, and with this type of contradictions, questions, and concerns, those are what you call reasonable doubts. And we're talking about reasonable doubts that don't just go to say you have reasonable doubts in a quitter of 1, 2, 3. We're talking about all of them, because there is a potential explanation that says she didn't know anything. And then there's, well, she could have. And then there's, well, how did she get this? How did she get that? So, it's I don't know. It's a very difficult situation for this jury. And I'm quite certain there are a lot of people on that jury right now, or at least quite a few, that were sitting on that jury and have, in any way, missing some of these points. Certainly missing the anthropologist's testimony, missing the significance of it. So,
I heard you moved out to South Carolina just like you always said we would. And packed your bags in that old 4Runner that I bought you when things were good. I'm glad to see the stop sign didn't hit you, bring you back to your senses. Oh, it waved you gone goodbye.
But it looks like we're not going to be back deliberating this case.
Yeah, it waved you gone goodbye. I heard you found yourself a brand new man, put a rock on your finger and he vowed you a second chance. Built a house right by the coast. That ocean view is beautiful, but baby, I just want you to know he don't know you like I did. I'm on its own.
My apologies. I did not realize that song was set. Basically, when I flipped back into this screen, the song was set. And it started playing, I guess, and I don't hear the song if it's playing, if I'm on where I'm on talk mode. So appreciate you guys letting me know that, so I'm not talking over the music. Probably can't hear it. Anyways, so what I was saying at the end of this is jury is not coming back to deliberate until Monday, so we will begin again on Monday. We may do another session. And don't worry, I'll play the music again, I promise. before I leave. And we've got a few more minutes left of the podcast there, or of casting time. So I can play some of the music there for you while we're waiting, or we're not really waiting. I guess we're waiting for the entire time. But anyways, point is, we will be back on Monday for true deliberations, because it's I believe the jury left at 4:00. That's why Law and Crime turned it off. So they're going for it today. No verdict. I believe we'll definitely have a verdict or some sort of resolution by next week, I would like to think. When next week, I have no idea. But I'd love to hear more of you guys to consider this information that we put. And consider it. I mean, because I think that is how do you explain it? How do you explain the forensic evidence that suggests that this fire couldn't have been started later than 1:09 p.m. on the 4th? Oh, I think it will be too, Marmalade. Maybe they're running into this some of this stuff, and it'll get them at least maybe playing the trial back. I got a feeling they probably want to go back and play this trial back. So I think that's going to be something that's going to come in. But so yeah, we're finding out what's going on here. But hopefully by the end of next week. But anyways, with that said, let's check our poll, and then that'll be the final thing that we're going to do. Give me a moment. I'll get the final results of the poll, and we'll see where everyone's at. I know it's actually moved down. So we are at 58% guilty, all charges, 16% not guilty, all charges, not guilty on counts 1, 2, 3, but guilty of 3 and 4 are 11%. And hung jury, we are doing it again, 15%. So all told, 42% of you out there out of 656 votes believe this thing is in some form of a not guilty or a non-verdict. So that is actually pretty good for Melody Farris, because when you see a room like that of 600 and some people, and you've only got 52% are convinced, it's going to be crazy. Yes, but going out has outside influences. Well, look, this is why the judge said it's very dangerous to do that. It's very, very dangerous. They're going to be listen. If you don't think they're not going to be researching this or tempted to go pop on YouTube and see what's going on or watch something back, listen, I guarantee you that's a house divided in there, and they're going to be out doing their own little research, and there's nothing anybody can do. But I will be very surprised if we don't have, unless the verdict happens within a couple of hours on Monday morning, that we don't have a situation where somebody somewhere says a juror was doing something they shouldn't have been doing. So, all right. So poll has been ended. So Lauren, none of your business, says, I'm hoping for a miracle. Guilty on all charges. Well, here's the thing. The longer the jury deliberates, the less likely that is. But we'll see if it is. I absolutely think the MJ is ripe for appeal. Although I think, I think this judge, they didn't make a lot. You didn't hear the jury's making a big case for appeal. Now there was a motion for mistrial then, so that will be the potential there. Let's see here. What do we got here? You said the numbers went up. There must have been some people voting. We had 663, so it looks like a few extra people jumped in and voted at the end to try to drive that figure up. But listen, I think it's going to be. I think it could be not guilty of all charges. I think it's likely that that could happen. And then I also think it's possible that we still get the split verdict, but I don't know. We'll find out. And then, of course, it could be a hung jury. We could actually have a mixed verdict where we could have hung on some and verdicts on others. So, per Court TV, Vinny, Monday is a fast verdict. Okay. Well, we'll see if that's the case. That's why I said if it may be that these people listen. It could very well be that they have a verdict and that everyone said, you know what, let's go home and let's think about this and let's make sure we're all right on it and think it over and make sure that nobody has any other concerns or doubts. But we'll see. I don't know. It's going to be very, very interesting. So with that said, guys, we're going to call this stream a wrap here. I'm going to play a little bit of music here, and then we'll be on our way out. So until we talk again, guys, let justice prevail, and I will be talking to you soon. Be on the lookout. I've got a big announcement news coming up on another case. It's going to be dropping. I'm going to give a couple of hours notice for people to be aware, but it's huge. Something huge has happened, but that's coming up, totally unrelated to the Farris case. Talk to you soon.
South Carolina, just like you always said we would. And packed your bags in that old 4Runner that I bought you when things were good. I'm glad to see the stop sign didn't hit you, bring you back to your senses. Oh, it waved you gone goodbye. Yeah, it waved you gone goodbye. I heard you found yourself a brand new man, put a rock on your finger and he vowed you a second chance. Built a house right by the coast, that ocean view is beautiful, but baby, I just want you to know he don't know you like I did. Money talks, but I ain't buying. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in love. Seen your mama walking out the county market and I stopped to ask her how she's been. Said she's missing you and tried to go convincing you not to settle down with him. She ain't wrong, the whole town knows that you had a bed of roses, but girl, you couldn't walk that line. You can act like you do it fine. 'Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm a walking testimony. My confession is a lesson that I'm pouring out in this song. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall. You don't wanna fall. You don't wanna fall in love. Oh, 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 oh. You don't wanna fall in Cause love's a smoke ring wrapped around your finger. One second it's a blessing and the next it's already gone. A broken heart, I'm like you always said we would.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together.